Really excited to be with you. It's amazing to see the development of the Architectural Association of Liberlanders, and it's more than 1,200 people that claimed that they're architects when they applied for citizenship. So it's a huge community of people that have already made tremendous help. They already been one of the major cause why so many great architectural concepts around Liberland develop. But I'm also not just excited for the architectural concepts for Liberland. I'm really excited about all the other side projects and villages that Liberlanders all around the world are building, and that we are helping them to connect with the Liberland architectural community. What I would like to tell you is that we are coming through these very exciting times when we are preparing the next vision for Liberland, and not just for Liberland, also for Gateway to Liberland in Serbia. There are actually 3 projects now under development that architects from Liberland can participate in. And this is something that, of course, Daniela will talk about. One of them being the free trade zone in Apatin, which we started to develop, and we already have the construction ongoing. The other one is a area called Napredak, which is part of the competition that Daniela is preparing. And the third one is a small residential development project, kind of a showcase of what Liberland residential area could look like. And I'm in front of a lake, which looks very much like the lake, which is now on the table for the development. So I'm really excited that these projects also in physical reality are happening, and you will be able to see the fruits in the coming year. There is just one more thing which I would like to tell you before the conference begins, is that we have a Gerard, the director of the Global Blockchain Association, with us. And I would really like to use this opportunity of this symposium to sign collaboration between Liberland and GBA. It is one of the major players in the governance of the future, and I'm really excited to sign this collaboration with them, because I see a future. And it's, of course, it is an important part of the puzzle for Liberland's development. It is a grand vision with the best architects on board. It is the best governance. And of course, it is the ideology of building a free country based on voluntary taxation and voluntary interaction between the state. And not just some sort of free trade zone, but a fully sovereign country. And that's a very special mission that all of us have decided to get on. So thank you again for being with us, and I hope I will see you engaged in the development of Liberland in near future.
Thank you very much, Pete. And I will now introduce the scope of the agenda of the symposium. So the fluidity, mobility, and dynamism of 21st century network society is transforming the way that we design cities. The paradigm shift in architecture and urban design is marked by an intense focus on systems of communication, complexity, adaptation, correlation, coevolution, responsiveness, order, and freedom. This shift towards evolutionary systems thinking takes into account the role of agents in social change, insofar as innovation is driven by individual choices. Urban design innovation is accelerated by the convergence of natural and artificial life and intelligence, the advancements in telecommunications and mass media, the explosion of real-time decision systems via big data and artificial intelligence, the emergence of distributed peer-to-peer computational networks such as blockchain, and the movement towards knowledge economies anchored by research and development. In this context, the world is a laboratory, and entrepreneurship in an open market is the best avenue for creating wealth and improving the quality of life for the greatest number of people. The topics of Free Private Cities Architecture Symposium emerged initially from the agenda of Liberland Design Competition 2020, which is now open for registration through August 16th. And I'm inviting everybody to register if you're interested. The design competition stems from the conviction that times of crisis accelerate the emergence of disruptive innovations and novel architectural agendas. T2 Scable's theory of free private cities is a radical disruptive innovation in cosmopolitan sociality, and Liberland is the first fully autonomous jurisdiction in the world poised to bring it to its full fruition. Free market urban order, which is fluid, distributed, emergent, and ever-evolving, is at the core of architectural and urban design ambitions of Liberland. Liberland is an incubator and role model for a society based on principles of liberty and anarcho-capitalism, powered by blockchain. It is founded on the idea that societal movement towards individual and collective freedom, prosperity, and peace will emerge through the distributed intelligence of autonomous innovators and agents of change. Liberland's ambition is to build the most advanced and sustainable 21st century cosmopolitan micronation, and this offers an ideal testing ground for innovative urban design strategies. Its new possibilities for liberty and unleashed free market entrepreneurship powered by blockchain will stimulate a radical transformation of the built environment. While the vision of Liberland and free private cities offer unprecedented opportunities for radical design innovation, most Western urban developments remain mired in a stranglehold of bureaucratic overregulation via stringent planning guidelines, futile zoning restrictions, and at times outmoded building codes. Combined with economic stagnation resulting from manipulated markets, innovation in the built environment is evolving at snail's pace. An overhaul of planning and zoning restrictions, coupled with an unencumbered free market, could accelerate innovation exponentially through the process of entrepreneurial market-driven discovery and testing of novel design development agendas. From these initial premises sprung the broader scope of the symposium, which aims to kickstart discursive debate on the transformation of architectural and urban design relative to society's progression towards civil and entrepreneurial freedom. The symposium will explore a wide gamut of theoretical and speculative trajectories about the design of future cities for a highly agile and technologically networked society of the 21st century. We will open with keynote speeches by Patrick Schumacher, T2 Scable, and Cheje Bouchan, followed by 2 sessions. Each session will begin with position presentations, followed by group debate. The symposium will end with a roundtable debate that includes all speakers, followed by Q&A. During intermission, there will be brief presentations launching the digital platform parametricism.com and a brief signing ceremony, as Jedlichka already talked about. So session 1 is titled Freedom and Urban Design, and the participants are going to be Patrick Schumacher, T2 Scable, Cheje Bouchan, Scott Baer, and Vera Kichavana. And the discussion will focus on freedom, private cities, charter cities, market urbanism, liquid democracy, economics and markets, blockchain-powered governance and services, urban and architectural design for free private cities, and the migration of architecture to cyberspace. Session 2 is titled Cities and Digital Transformation, and the participants are Lev Manovich, Philippe Morel, Neil Leach, and Sanford Quinter. And the discussion will focus on big data, cultural analytics, planetary scale computation, complex epigenetic systems, artificial life and intelligence, biology as information theory, artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, and more. As I said, the symposium is curated by myself and Bruno Juricic. And I also want to say that registration for Liberland Design Competition 2020, which is open until August 16th, has a 30% discount this week from July 18th to July 25th. So if you're interested in participating, that website is designliberland2020.splashthat.com. And now Bruno Juricic is going to say a few words, and then we'll introduce our first keynote speaker.
Thank you, Daniela. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for participating into this conversation. I will just read like one page to frame some of the fundamental theoretical ambitions, I would say, of our Kickstarter symposium. So, if we accept the thesis that much of the 20th century architecture was propelled as an equalizing force in the service of social justice and equality against accumulation of power, read centralized government, nowadays, instead of living the collective actions, the built environment, and the natural resources to be managed by centralized systems, we need to use the architectural toolbox and switch our thinking to voluntarism-based exchange systems built upon entrepreneurial forces, risk-oriented models, global societal dynamism, where agents compete, cooperate, and self-organize in order to build a heterogeneous consensus model baked by private money and blockchain technology, and ultimately let the new species of the 21st century emerge. It may be called free private city. Following this line of inquiry, we could understand or frame Patrick Schumacher's thesis of parametricism and its latest stage tectonism and free market urbanism, or Tito Gebel's work on the policy of free private cities, or the work of Nobel Prize economist Paul Romer on chartered cities, as a contemporary radical and provocative propulsion of before-mentioned vector of transformation and adaptation to the current global condition, even more enhanced by the COVID global crisis that ultimately showed the crisis of the current forms of governance. So ultimately, we can frame that each of them is in a way projecting rules to change rules that at the end will change the game in which way we conceive and build cities and operate within them. In architecture, it translates into the enmeshing and interplaying of complexity theory, computational tools, and new digital modes of fabrication, cloud computing, and critical thinking. But this repertoire of concepts, tools, and techniques is not oriented just to show the potency of a new style as another iconic signaling, or a new policy as a Gedanken experiment, a thinking experiment. On the contrary, what it advocates, it's a call for a real change in the built environment, physical or non-physical, such as the modernism had aspired in the 20s on a global scale. Furthermore, architecture must obey the dictum that nothing is given, everything is designed, from our online identities to the interactive environment of personal devices, to the internet, to infrastructure and data. Therefore, the content and form cannot simply be determined by the continual transformation of inherited forms and tradition, but needs to draw upon a marked expansion in material science, transformation in constructability, manufacturing, cloud computing, and societal transformation. In such a condition, what is at stake is identifying and assessing different positions and choices about what architecture and design really are, what their objects of interest are, and what ultimately their manners of cognition are. That said, Daniela will introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you.
So our first speaker is Patrick Schumacher, and Patrick is an architect and architectural theorist. He is the principal of Zaha Hadid Architects, one of the most innovative architecture practices in the world. He joined Zaha Hadid in 1988. He also co-founded the London-based Architectural Association's Design Research Lab, AADRL, and continues to serve as one of its co-founders. Patrick studied philosophy and architecture and completed his PhD at the Institute of Cultural Science, Klagenfurt University. He has been teaching at various architectural schools in Britain, continental Europe, and the US since 1992. In 2011 to 2012, Patrick published his 2-volume magnum opus, The Autopoiesis of Architecture. He has been the lead strategist of Liberland's architectural efforts since its establishment in 2015. Please welcome Patrick.
Hi guys, I'm very happy to be with you guys, you all. And Free Private City for me is, first of all, a political project. It's at the same time an entrepreneurial project, and that coincidence is important also, because if we believe that freedom and economic freedom more than ever, and that's also important to realize that we're in a new historical era where freedom becomes more urgent, and the distance between an unfree and a free society is kind of, that gap is opening up massively. That this is also implying, you know, the prosperity. It's not just we love freedom, but we know it's a prosperity engine, and therefore the free city will be a, that's what we all believe in here, and soaring economic success, and could be initiated through private entrepreneurs, obviously, and substitute for a form of political control which has led the 21st century into kind of economic stagnation nearly everywhere. And the urban development and real estate and urban development sector is particularly constrained, particularly an unfree, nearly non-market, where political forces are blocking progress, and this really starts to hamper and hurt a lot of the main technology and knowledge economy hubs by, you know, skyrocketing prices and the continuous prevention of development. And we have written about this and argued about this. And I want to mention that for me, the kind of new society, because of post-Fordism, because of network and knowledge economy, and all these new challenges which need to be absorbed, worked through, and for that we need an enormous amount of freedom, entrepreneurial freedom, but also we need discursive freedom to break up these old rules and argue for new rules. So it's very important for me that the new society is not only a society of privateers and markets, but it's a society of market and discourses, because in that highly complex, knowledge intensive and new world, private decisions need to also be guided in that increasingly complex world, and that's going to be happening through discourses. And that's why we have to be a staunch defenders of free speech in all of this. And for me, the problem is that we're having a situation where this society is more and more going to stagnation and probably crisis nearly, and we have a kind of block on free speech everywhere. And I've witnessed this when I, within my own field, started to criticize planning, criticize standards, criticize a rationing of housing resources, you know, up to 50% and more. I was kind of vilified. So that's very important also. Markets and discourses, free markets, free discourses, and free entrepreneurial spirit of developing these cities. And again, there's a historical point to this. I mean, freedom was always a good idea, but now it's getting ever more urgent. And I see it also when and I think when talking about Paul Romer, who is a kind of growth theorist and the developer of endogenous growth theory, where investment in education, R&D, and in knowledge was kind of folded into models as a very, very important component to growth. He also realized when he published about first article and talks on Chartered City, he was emphasizing the development of new rules and the challenge of contemporary technology as having to unleash also that rethinking of the rules, the frameworks, the political frameworks through which we allow technology to be deployed and developed and the economy to flourish. And his article at that time was called, I think, Technology, Rules, and Progress. Now the Chartered City concept then very quickly, because he isn't really libertarian, became relatively more conservative about a developmental strategy for the kind of underdeveloped world to copy over a kind of given Western set of rules, to maybe sponsored even by Western states, to give backward countries like in Africa a chance to at least catch up, because of course there's kind of even they have their own kind of disdevelopment structures because they haven't even reached a simple rule of law. But I don't think it can be about lock, stock, and barrel importing of current Western models, including with their kind of regulatory and statist agendas, but it needs to be kind of more inventive, radical, and innovative. So in a way, I don't know how Honduras got thrown into this. I mean, Roma was discovered by Octavio Sanchez, and he brought a kind of young economist and lawyer, brought Roma's ideas to Honduras. I don't know if they initially wanted saw it like this, of getting a kind of a Western standard implanted, or whether they actually saw that we have to go beyond that and radicalize. Because for me, the investments in places like Honduras and Africa are great. We wish we could have similar projects more closer in the most advanced arenas of global civilization to make a real impact on the next level, because we are stagnating as also. We need to kind of these new enclaves and drivers to come out of our dysfunctional political systems, just like Africa, maybe 3 or 4 steps behind on Honduras, where you have, you know, corruption, nepotism, and not a rule of law. So that I wanted to premise that, and with these remarks, and I have prepared a few images because it's an architectural conference after all. And so for my emphasis is not only on private cities, but on free private cities, and that we have actually a lot of degrees of freedom in terms of urban use of properties, of planning, as well as all the other economic freedoms we wish for. And of course, we can imagine the model of private cities could also have a number of other characteristics, but I would say that if there is a movement towards charter cities, and there would be various versions of that, the more free, the more laissez-faire and open in terms of economic and entrepreneurial freedom will be probably the ones who would succeed in that competitive space, which would be open up, which would in itself be a great situation. So let's see if I can actually manage to share. Yeah. Can you see this image?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So we start with Gauguin because this is one of those accidentally, let's say, semi-private or private cities which cropped out outside of Delhi, because in that state there was a kind of vacuum of political power, and in the last kind of 25-30 years, this amazing mushrooming of what is now one of the most wealthiest and dynamic cities in the whole of India, with all the Fortune 500 having headquarters there. It's the most financial center and this was in India, highest level of standards of living, and but without any municipality originally kind of organizing and setting up systems. So on the infrastructure side, there's maybe some problems, but India is full of problems anyway. So even in the context of India on infrastructure, even though they're all kind of private infrastructure islands, it is actually a more stable than most other Indian cities. But it is, of course, kind of very, very raw, spontaneous development, agglomeration of in these kind of big investment pieces. And I've been looking at this. I mean, this is something which we find even in places like Russia here or London or all around the world, Tokyo. We actually find that the kind of neoliberal revolution and the end of, let's say, this kind of forest regime has actually brought a lot of developmental dynamic, but not always with the same intensity. And the city of London is another interesting example, where you have a kind of accidental leftover of a much older political regime with much higher degrees of freedom and a different kind of management system for the municipality, because it's an old guild system where actually the bankers and lawyer guilds and various other guilds without resident involvement, without kind of a popular universal suffrage democracy, is managing this, and that made this the most dynamic, thriving cluster of top quality buildings piling in on historical fragments, which are also preserved. So it's a wonderful example. The city of London and is the global financial center of the world. And I think it's not accidental that it required this kind of strange accidental political space, similar with Hong Kong, in fact, which didn't participate in the proper political process of post-war kind of socialization, but was a kind of leftover colonial enclave. And that, so we were relying on these kind of accidents of history, and Monaco is maybe another one, because in terms of conscious ideological political discourse and power play and coalition building, and the most thriving and wonderful of examples in the world of let's say economic dynamism wouldn't have happened, couldn't have happened. But what this image show as well is something which a lot of us would, and ordinary people as well, would find there's something menacing and discouraging. So it's a thrill, this kind of chaos, and the chaos of Tokyo down here has been kind of also celebrated, but at the same time it's also disoriented and menacing. So that's part of my discourse. Can we actually have that dynamism, freedom, and openness of an urbanization process without kind of descending into this kind of what I call garbage full urbanization, menacing disorder? I mean, what I would say is that the underlying order where you had degrees of freedom, for instance, like the city of London, although it's also compromised by some planners, of course, it's never perfect. There is an underlying social order, but is not visible. So it's a kind of co-location synergy machine with sufficient degrees of freedom allowed these clusters of action, inter-awareness, cooperation to emerge, but hidden under a kind of disorienting architectural expression. So can we give that order, which is underlying that, a kind of real visual order? Now, we have been asked in recent years to do kind of district scale urban projects. And, we're trying to diversify, to enrich, to structure, but it comes out relatively sterile because it's a kind of single hand project. If a team of 5 architects or 5 team members under our leadership has a kind of a number of weeks to create something, and also in terms of what client expectation, we're coming out to relatively unified and relatively speaking sterile options. But we're trying hard to differentiate and have variety, and yet have also an ordering set of principles. So this is, the first one is in Russia, Moscow, smart city. This one is in Qingdao, China, kind of transformation of port city into a kind of knowledge hub. This one, of course, is an urban district, single client. So there we're allowed to, we have actually organizational principles. So we're creating this kind of relatively well-ordered, nearly classical ensembles, like for Tencent Technology Campus in Xi'an. And we of course, we layer, we make porous, we make deep spaces and communicative spaces, but it's a single hand. And obviously that is not significant, the real approach for full-on city. We actually, but the clients love it, we're winning competitions. And so this is the next level up in terms of Tencent private city, nearly urban district in Shenzhen on the bay. And you can see we're nearly designing a whole district with 2 million square meters this time, fated to be mirrored over to the kind of left, to the port, which will run for another 10 years, will be 4 million square meter, a single hand city designed as a building. I mean, I'm hesitating. This, in a larger scheme of things, this could exist as fragment or as a seeding moment for a private city. But I mean, I'm just showing the spectrum that you could actually, that's what's happening on China, the scale. Nearly whole districts we designed in a single hand. And there they actually, we succeed with this kind of approach. But I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this. This one, we want actually starting to build out. It's And you can see these cities are, you know, curated single industry cities nearly. So they have a particular selective audience. I think that is important for all kind of market private cities, that they're tailored and they have a particular audience, so that it gathers these kind of very close connected synergies. So this is a startup cluster project in China with the idea of it's called unicorn, because they're looking for, they have a lot of incubator spaces and knowledge industry players, and they're trying to kind of breed unicorns. And so we're trying to be relatively dense, relatively garden city. And you see, we're trying hard within our own resources to vary the theme. And I think this could also be formed out to multiple authors, as long as they're all kind of parametrism, tectonism, so that they have the ethos of making connections, of resonances. This could work and generate a coherent, differentiated urban structure. The first building is already on site. And this is the next one, a similar knowledge campus city. I mean, there is less, but it's actually also quite closely connected to Chongqing in this case. The further one was Chengdu. And so it's kind of intense. We're trying to vary again multiple typologies and embed in the kind of landscape and have a kind of rich pedestrian, mostly pedestrian kind of texture, interweaving university spaces, technology spaces, residential spaces. And you can, it's an open composition. You can imagine that you have seriously kind of investors kind of clustering in. It's not such a closed a form like the one we generated for Tencent, which is a single company campus. So here kind of some lovely projects, and so we see that all over China. So the metaphor and analogy I want to deliver is this is a kind of multi-species ecology. And you know, and what you feel here is there's certain laws of distribution, of affiliation, of connection, the way the vegetation responds to slopes and changes gradationally as it moves up the slopes, the way it looks at different north, south, east, west slopes, the way it kind of connects to water and becomes more lush. So there's a lot of rules. It's a rule-based settlement. Each species settles individually. There's no God-given master plan, but since there's always forces, laws, and rules of rationality, individual placement actually generate a spontaneous order. So that's my metaphor and kind of paradigm of a spontaneous order, which doesn't need an overall master plan, but that means informed contributors, meaning entrepreneurs with sophisticated informed architects coming in to generate this kind of ecology. And so this one way we simulated this, I use sometimes my students' studios, so I have kind of 10 or so different authors doing different fragments where they also observe each other, adapt to each other, and they play from the same kind of sophisticated methodology where they have rule-based and highly adaptive tectonics. And you can see the tectonics are quite different from project to project, but they all share something. There's unity across diversity, or diversity within a set of unity of principles, but quite diverse. It looks similar only because it's kind of so different from the given environment. So, but it's actually in terms of its particulars, like tectonism would have it, whether it's tensiles and shells and curve folding or 3D printed details, whatever. They could be all rather different tectonic systems which interlock and come close to each other. And I've tried that. So this was a cultural district in Istanbul on the waterfront, various cultural venues. And I do believe that that districts could be themed and later on become the full-fledged city with multiple of these districts connecting. And I've tried this here in the north of London to have a kind of similar, like an incubator cluster with different authors. You can see one here, another one here, another one here. Again, interested in embedding and connecting up with existing context as well, and generating spaces and plazas and even street spaces between buildings activated. So it's also the premise here is all that all the spaces are privatized in a sense. They're public in terms of access and open, but they're owned and run and programmed, in my view, ideally through diverse and different private entrepreneurs. I think the similar would be in a free private city like Prospera, that there could be a diversity of actors even in the public realm conditioning. So, and then you can have, you know, these kind of intricacy and interesting detail and both difference and unity at play. So this is one of my recent endeavors in the terms of generating what I call a market-based, simulating something like a multi-author, that means market-based urban order, which has that richness, adaptiveness, openness. And internally to these projects, of course, they are just envelopes for incubators with many, again, different identities and a free flow of different startup companies would settle in and could also give more identity and character to each of these kind of plots and spaces. Different versions of that, and I think they are kind of share something, they harmonize, and I try to create kind of spaces between themselves. I mean, it's difficult to get students to do that. So there's a lot which could still be done more. But I think the synergy, why we're coming together, the co-location is always because we want to have something to do with each other. We can share spaces, share knowledge, share cooperation, build up projects together. So there would be an incentive if one knew how to, and if the space between wasn't kind of reserved by the government, one could kind of use those spaces to make these connections, to activate space in between and have resonances between different projects. I think that is in the good interest of everybody, because they come together because they want to be close to each other. And it's a kind of curation process which happens spontaneously or happens through the urban entrepreneur, through the kind of private, somebody who is a developer and curates a kind of mix of retail offerings, and that could be partly self-organized in a free market, let's say market stalls, or it could be curated if you learn from the open and free. So this is on the inside. There's this kind of idea also of high flexibility. So it's again that coincidence of openness and flexibility with at each time's a legible configuration. So you want maintaining legibility in the face of fluidity and complexity, so that we can have that market process evolving, and yet it remains kind of tractable and legible. And that is something which is our discipline's task in this historical era, I would believe. And the premise is not some kind of top-down power given to our pencil, as it were, but we have to have agile in terms of methodologies and techniques, and as a kind of initially disaggregated set of authors to come together. So to counter this, I mean, again, city of London, nearly like a citadel, is this kind of small space, and it's piling in because nowhere else in London you're allowed and could do any of it. So it kind of piles in. And then some kind of sad urban historical fragments are also still within there, and they're utilized. Everything is utilized to the last millimeter. So it's great in many ways, but as an architectural image, it isn't so great. So here I'm showing you, even within one firm, because we have many architects, we have this kind of cluster. One of these towers were all kind of this kind of stylistic coherence, and then would start gesture to each other, where one facade resonates and opens up to its neighbor, etc. So that's what I'm trying to do, and where you have certain gists and methodologies in terms of expressing structure. Each structure is differentiated because we no longer enforce them, so we can have the kind of bottom, middle, and top kind of gradation and tapering out and opening up. And that happens with 2 or 3 very different initial, let's say, systems, but when they do things together in parallel, then they start to kind of resonate and harmonize. And so these are examples then from the studios I'm doing. So we have certain methodologies which are shared, and then we have certain, features which porosity and openness, but then there's quite few different versions and types of this which come together. And look, this is raw first attempts to do that on a kind of high density tower condition, and to do these kind of clusters. And I actually have, at the moment, I'm working with 4 teams. One team is here, another team is here, another one is here and here. They haven't come together yet, so that's halfway through the process. So there's one of those projects, there's another one. And again, so these are teams, and within the teams you have variation, and then across teams you have resonance and variation. I mean, it's a difficult one, but it tries to simulate that condition that we can generate an open, evolving, but always to some extent legible order, where you see where's the center of something, what belongs together, what are the different types of categories. This would also become a semiology, where the different articulations mean something, and that could also happen spontaneously if you have the ethos and want to. If you pick up the language of a first cluster and say, hey, I'm kind of continuing in that idiom and find my own kind of dialect against that. So that's the project, and I think it is premised on freedom and dynamism, and of course we have to overcome. I mean, I want to show this also. Because I think it would be, you know, why not? What's prohibiting this? Why can't it be only the City of London? Why, you know, why are the other boroughs all kind of frozen up? And we need to have an open discourse about it. Lastly, I also want to show, I mean, as an initial imposition, so you could do build a kind of seed city like we're doing in Prospera, and Sharjah is showing that, or maybe a single building could become a kind of urban district. And it reminds me of Le Corbusier when he built his vision of these kind of empty plateaus. So you just give this kind of field of plateaus differentiate, and then you let companies coming in, and maybe they're clad up parts of this, maybe they occupy whole floors or whole kind of towers within towers. And this is a kind of sketch we did for kind of a conglomerate. Chinese conglomerate, they have kind of 20 firms within themselves, and maybe they can kind of distribute and seed and settle in something like that, where you have all the kind of inter-awareness, interconnectivity, bridging, and the kind of openness and flexibility of continuous reallocating and spreading also. You know, what is good with some of our other clients in the earlier days of Chinese development, that you had, so China, for instance, creating a building like this and allowing any shop, office, or residence to appear on any of these floors. So you could have a hair salon on the 30th floor and the lawyer's office, and next door was be a private residence, a retail store, an office, but they would then kind of self-cluster. They would spontaneously distribute, because as a developer, or particular as a planner, how you could ever get the proportions right, or the exact kind of typologies and standards, which would kill everything. And in Germany, an office can never be deeper than 6 meters, because somebody has decided that you need to kind of view to the outside and daylight to have a working place. So these are, I think, fascinating images, and for me, they become political in the sense of saying, hey, why can't we do that? Why are we not allowed to do this? And so it comes back to free markets, free discourses, free speech. That was my pitch and my contribution.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And for the audience, we will get a chance to ask questions at the end, after the roundtable at the end of the conference. So now I'm going to introduce Titus Gebel. Titus is the inventor of the free private cities concept. He's the president of the society by the same name and CEO of Tipolis. He is a German entrepreneur with a PhD in international law and an extensive worldwide network. Among others, he founded Frankfurt-listed mining company Deutsche Rosthoff AG, retired as their CEO in 2015, and immigrated with his family to Monaco. With free private cities, he wants to create an entirely new product in the market of living together. If successful, it will fast-track knowledge and progress for humanity. Titus has written the book Free Private Cities, Making Governments Compete for You, where he is stating the theoretical and practical groundwork of free private cities. At the same time, he is working with his partners to make the worldwide first free private city a reality. Please welcome Titus.
Thank you, Daniela. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the concept from a political, philosophical side, not so much from the architectural side, but I will also mention some architectural issues that were coming up and that were also mentioned in Patrick's and Bruno's and Daniela in your announcement and speeches. Now let me try to get this done here with my presentation. I don't know if you can get on presentation mode on Zoom. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, click on presentation mode now. Let's see what happens. Does this work?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, very good. Yeah, free private city, there's an alternative. Free private cities are kind of a further development of the initial charter cities idea of Paul Romer. We are coming later to the details, but it's important that it's not a private city, right? There are private cities like Guagon that Patrick mentioned. We are about free private city, and the free stands for autonomous, independent. That is important. Otherwise, it doesn't make a difference, right? If a city is developed by a public or by a private developer is not the big difference. The big difference is the freedom side. And that's why I'm going to tell you why this is so important. So a lot of people think that democracy is the end of history. Certainly democracy is better than dictatorship. I think we don't have to argue on that. But democracy has a problem that is depicted here in a easy picture. Right? Why did you guys steal my bike? We didn't steal it. We formed the democracy. Being the majority, we declared law that we own your bike. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the unsolvable problem of democracy. Now, what have people tried to solve that issue? They have said, hey, let's make a constitution where we say your property, including your bicycles, are guaranteed, right? Yeah, but what happens with such a constitution can be changed. What majority do you need to change a constitution? 2/3 majority. Now look at the picture again. There's a 2/3 majority, right? So and that's a problem. And that is also the reason why we have endless political struggles in our Western and all societies. It's about power, who can make the laws, who can change the rules. It's about changing the rules. It's not about keeping the rules, because then you can form reality as you like it. And if you have good contacts to the government for whatever reasons, or if you are part of the majority party, then you can make the rules. And you send your people in the Supreme Court, and you send your people, or basically, if you have the majority in parliament, you can decide whatever you want. You make new laws, and if the courts say that goes against the constitution, then you either change the constitution or make a new law. So this is the reason, because this is getting worse and worse. We can see it and we can feel it. There's the number of laws that are coming new each year is ever increasing, and the sad thing about it is that really, for power reasons, you have to get people being hostile against. You invent victim groups, you invent enemy groups in society for power reasons in order to change the rules of the game. That's the problem, and it's a big problem. Now, people say, hey, we have a social contract, right? That is basically what we all agreed upon. We all agreed upon that democratic model, for example. Now, the guy who is often quoted at one of the main inventors or promoters of this social contract, or contrat social, is Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But if you look it up, and I did, he was writing, well, wait a minute, even majority rule is subject to prior agreement and requires initial consent of every single person, which makes perfect sense, right? Otherwise, I mean, all the participants here now could suddenly decide that the majority says that Titus and Patrick will have to pay $10,000 to each participant, right? And I would say, hey, that were not the terms I was invited to this conference, right? So this is the contract. There is a contract. Even if you're not a lawyer, if two people agree on something, this is called a contract, okay? Even if it's just verbal. And now I've received an invitation saying, okay, you have to present. And then there will be discussion. And I said, I accept. This was our contract. It was not that the majority expropriates me or Patrick, okay? Now, here, if we had agreed to, you can expropriate me, right? So, okay, Patrick and I, we come to the conference, we agree to whatever you decide, we accept majority rule. Then this would be acceptable, what's happening in this slide. Then this would be acceptable. But nobody is going to do that for a reason, right? Because you do not know what will happen tomorrow. Maybe they say, okay, you have to share your wife. It's a rule, it's a new law, because otherwise it's discrimination. But that can happen in today's societies. It's getting so crazy, and that's what is making people insecure, which makes me receiving more requests than ever before in the last, I would say, 3 months, right? But it's important to understand that. So you have to agree even to the mechanism with which you change the rules. And if this is not done, then it doesn't help you that you have a rule of law, because they just changed the law. That's the problem. And Jean-Jacques Rousseau has recognized that the problem is that has never happened, right? There's no country where this ever happened, that everybody gave consent. So that is now going to change. Governance is the biggest market of all. That before I come to the change, I tell you something about the market. If you look at the right side, it's bigger than manufacturing, and it's bigger than health, and it's bigger than energy. It's about 30% of world GDP, if there was such a figure, right? So 30% of every single dollar that is spent in the world has something to do with governments or go through governments' hands. So this is by far the biggest market of all, but there's really few competition, and 90% of the market participants, or 95%, lose money every year. Imagine this in one of the other markets. So there's obviously enormous inefficiency. And 80% of all people, according to polls in the US and the UK and some other Western countries, 80% of all people are dissatisfied with how their nation is governed, no matter who's in charge, no matter which political party is in charge, right? They're just not satisfied. Be it because they say, hey, my party has won, but they're now completely doing different things than what I expected, or I don't like the people, or I do not agree that other people change the laws without my consent. So here's the solution, an alternative. It's called free private cities. And why is it called so? Well, it's because it's private. That means it's private governance model. It's not a public top-down model. And it's a framework where a private governance provider, you can call it, is guaranteeing you protection of life, liberty, and property, and your respective rights and obligations are contractually defined. So the main products are security and liberty. And within that order, then there can flourish a spontaneous order. But within that framework, there's not much that can be changed. So there is no forum for people who say, I want to impose my will upon others, which is our problem. This is the biggest problem of mankind, is that some people want to impose their will on others. Full stop. I repeat it. The biggest problem of mankind is not climate or environment or whatever, or war. It's that a group of people want, or some people want to impose their will upon others. That's the final reason for all struggles, wars, and everything else. The other problems can be solved technically mostly. So the problem that I have mentioned before is addressed by each and everyone has a contract with the operator, like a service contract that you have with your landlord or with your insurance company. And it says, these are your rights, these are your obligations, and you probably have to pay not more than $1,000 a year for all the services I provide. Of course, many services will be provided by market, healthcare, education, and all that. But the basic things, protection of life, liberty, and property, and an independent dispute resolution, you can have that for a fraction of what you have to pay today, and it's working better. I will show you why. If I will, this is unavoidable. There will be conflicts between the operator and the citizens because it's a contract. It has to interpret it. Some say, hey, operator did wrong because that's not a contract and all that. So there will be an outside arbitration, right? Like in international trade, you probably know that if you make an agreement with a company from another country, then you have to agree, hey, which law should apply? And very often you agree on an arbitration clause that you go to a third country, be it in New York, Paris, Singapore, or London, where there are the big arbitration courts, and then we let them decide. So this is common practice, and a similar model would apply here. So it's not my own courts that would decide these appeals against me. And residents can cancel contract anytime and leave. They keep their property, can sell it or rent it or whatever, but they can leave anytime without having to pay an extra tax for leaving, like you have to do in many Western countries, right? Which is a kind of well, we say that's like you buy yourself out of slavery, right? Or in the Middle Ages, right? You buy yourself free out of your principle, and that is not what I look. What we have today is we can go and choose what we want, how our house, our apartment, what clothes we wear. We can choose this by our own, and we can make these decisions because we are adults. Now imagine a situation, you want to buy a car. You go to a car dealer, and a car dealer says, yes, Titos, you can buy a car, but here are the rules. I decide the model, I decide the color, I decide the size of the motor, and I decide what the interior and exterior details will be. And I decide the price. And by the way, you have to buy. I mean, I would say, are you crazy? But what I just mentioned is describing exactly the situation you have towards the state, right? You have to pay taxes, you have no say what these taxes are used for, and that can be changed every year, right? And the causes, you don't want to support all kinds of military adventures all over the world with your taxes. Bad luck, right? Bad luck. So there's no direct claim that you can make for your taxes to say, hey, there's no more security, there's no more free speech in the country of the UK. Hey, this was ever the center of free speech. I want a part of my taxes back. What is your chance of getting something back? No, it's not. Now go in a free private city. You say, I pay security to Tito's operating company. Hey, they broke into my apartment. Hey, I'm paying $1,000 a year for security. So yes, you can claim damages. You can claim damages against me, because I promised you something which I did not deliver. So do you see the difference? Here's a service provider client, and on the other hand, there is the authorities and you're the subject. And doesn't change much that you vote every 4 or 5 years and then there's a parliament and you cannot really influence what they are doing. In our case here, we have a contract and it says, okay, my services are limited, but there may be some areas where I can change, like traffic rules or something, but you have guaranteed rights, like in a constitution, you have guaranteed, you have obligations, and I guarantee you that I'm not raising additional taxes. I mean, that's a lot, isn't it? And if this goes wrong, you can go to an external court. Look, this is no perfect world, right? The biggest empowerment mechanism, even for me, or against me is competition. And that's why it has to be small, many free private cities, charter cities, special zones, so that if I have to lose a reputation because I'm not the only guy who's offering that, then I will behave in a way that is like all the other market participants. I need satisfied customers. So that's the point. Why this model is going to work better than the current nation states that we have. Because I, as an operator, or you as an operator, we have skin in the game, right? I can be held liable for malperformance by every single citizen because everyone has a contract, and that means everyone has a claim. In the Constitution, it's often so on paper you have some rights, but you have no legal standing. Only a party or a faction in the parliament can make a claim or whatever, right? That's often the case in many Western countries. But here, if you're dissatisfied, you go to court. You may lose, right? And may have to pay something, but you have the right to do that. And the other thing, the more important thing is, if I'm successful, more people are coming. My asset increases in value. And the more happy residents I have, the more bigger my reputation is, and I can found more new free private cities, right? Some people say, hey, you can behave like a dictator because you have the police. This is true, but the same applies to the cruise ship captain. But have you ever heard that security on a cruise ship or in a holiday resort has mistreated or even killed customers? No, because they're customers and they know that, right? And that's the same here. What happens to a politician who makes things wrong, is corrupt, is creating a damage of billions? What is the worst thing that can happen to him? Well, he's voted out of power with a full pension. That's the worst case. So that's a totally different incentive. And therefore, I think there's a big difference. I have an economic incentive to treat citizens well and follow my own rules. Otherwise, I'm going out of business. Now, why? Let me see, forgot to click here. Yeah, that is, again, what we just said, right? So my value increases the more happy citizens I have. And why starting small? Much smaller than the pictures that Patrick has shown us. Because we are starting from scratch. Why is this so important? Because I said, this is a voluntary concept. If you do not like this concept or the rules that are in the contract, don't come. And we are not going to force anyone. That means, if you think back, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, initial consent, 100%. Well, even if it's a free private city where it says, hey, we have a council and the council can change some of the rules, you have to agree to that in advance, right? This is probably several types of free private or even free cooperative cities are conceivable, but you have to accept in advance the rules. Now, in my ideal model, there's no change of rules because there's only a relatively large framework which is unchangeable, and that is based on principles like security, liberty, that are unchanged since 5,000 years. So probably not going to change in the next 1,000 years, right? So because everybody's interested that he wants to be able to get out of his house without being robbed or killed, right? If you disagree with that, okay, go to Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. But here, why start small? Because we have a low cost of failure, because we need new settlers, right? Because everybody has to sign the contract. And if you go in an established community or city, then you will never get 100% consent. And then you have to force people again, which is a problem. But we have still enough space on Earth to start new things. We can implement it faster. Our model foresees first phase 1,000 people, second phase 10,000 people, and then we see. Maybe we don't want to grow. Maybe we want to grow like in the back here, Monaco, 38,000 people. For me, I live here, that's enough. I don't need more, right? Could even be 25. And then you maybe just replicate the model. But you maybe also say, nay, it's growing 100,000 and beyond. That would be the third step then. Yeah, then room for world-class systems. So in a special zone, which can have whatever name, autonomous zone, special administrative region, free private city, whatever, charter city. You have room for world-class system because you just import things that happen, and even people from other countries that have working systems. When we were designing or helping in the design of the Roatan project, we found out that for property transaction in a common law system, the New Zealand law was the best worldwide in the common law area, right? And so we took the New Zealand land law and scripted down from 200 pages to 50 pages, and said, hey, this is now our law, right? So that's possible if you really have this autonomy. And it can serve as a model for national reforms. It's successful because the problem is what WIT is doing is very admirable, but it's also very tough. That it's to get full sovereignty. And I have decided after studying so many attempts in the past, it's too tough for the moment. In the end, we want this too, but it's not absolutely necessary, because if we have autonomy that is so that defense and foreign policy is still in the hands of the host nation, but everything else so can be designed by ourselves. So we can make our own rules, we can have our own security of our own courts, very important, own customs, own immigration and all that. So that is important, and this is but also enough. And now we can go to countries and say, hey, that is a special economic zone plus, right? Or special administrative region like Hong Kong, Macau are special administrative regions. I would say the Sede Prospera, Honduras, is also a special administrative region. So that is already there. And insofar it's a little bit easier. It's not easy, but it's a little bit easier than carving out new sovereignty. So, and if this was the case, then what would we have? Look, we would have legal certainty, because you know, if you're coming, then nobody can jump into your contract and say, hey, by the way, we're changing your contract because I'm the operator, because I'm the majority, or because I'm whatever, because I want to save the world. No, you say, this is my contract, and I'm the only person who decide if I accept the proposed change by the operator. And if I disagree, the contract stays as it is. Okay, you have, everybody has the legal security, which also means you can make your pension planning, right? Because you're not going to change the rules any 2 years. You can start your company, you can build a house. And that is also something where you say, okay, I know that I have guaranteed security, right? Because if this is not the case, this is one of the main products of the operator. The operator has not much to do, but if he's not providing that, and of course his main function is to keep my liberty. That is a more defensive function. But if there's guaranteed security, it will be there, because otherwise he go out of business. Well, this is one big plus: legal certainty, guaranteed security, economic freedom. Nobody is talking into things. There will be some rules, of course, but these rules are known in advance, and you can say, okay, you like it or you like it not. And if you like it, I'm not going to change them. There's a professional administration, which is coming from all parts of the world. So we have experts for everything. And you can know, okay, if you come with a request, you get an answer, right? You don't have to bribe us or do something like that. And there's no political conflict. This is the biggest point. Well, there will always be a little bit political discussion and discourse and conflict, but it's not in a way that it's hurting you as a person. The people are not basically saying you have no right to own this, or you don't have a right to exist because you're privileged or whatever. That is not possible, right? The discourse will be about objective things, about if the new building is really something that is hurting us, and maybe is a reason to go to court for, because it's too high or whatever, and all kinds of things, or what the city should look like in the next years. But it's not the idea that I can force my neighbor to give me money or to follow my will because we want to build a new swimming pool. It's in the interest of all. You say, no, I don't swim. And you say, but 99% have voted for this. And you say, there's no forum that can change my contract. right? So you can build your swimming pool, but not with my money, right? That's the point. That is the point. It's the long-term stability and prosperity. And that's why Hong Kong has worked like that for a long time. And that's why I put it in the back here. This is Hong Kong in former times, right? Until the Chinese took over. So question, is this just an idea, or how can we make it happen? First, find a host nation, right? Somebody mentioned Europe. Yeah, of course. I would love to have it in Europe, but at the moment, the reality is that it's more nations that have problems. They want to fasten development. They want to attract foreign direct investment. And that's why we have to start at the fringes. That's how the world is, right? But I hope sincerely that this model, once we have established it, and there will be different models, but the idea is I'm a service provider and you have a guaranteed rights, and I'm not going to change your rights. If this model is successful, and I'm very glad that the Honduras, and I think even the second SEDE that is now coming, have taken over my contract model. So every resident will get a contract and has a contractual right. That is unique in the world, and that is something which I think is very important. And then you have to create a win-win scenario, which is easy, right? Especially if you think we are going in somewhere where nothing is, we are starting from scratch, and we say, hey, government, so there's nothing there, right? So we can only win because you will get some payments. We will have jobs created. We will have work for your people. They don't have to emigrate. They can stay here in the country. Qualified work and less qualified work. There will be orders for your companies, and so the whole country will benefit from that. So we can offer something. So there is a potential create a win-win scenario. You have to make an agreement with the host nation, of course. But I think since we have already so many special economic zones and special administrative zones, also some of them even have their own courts, like in Dubai or now in Georgia, in the Caucasus. That is something which is easy to explain. You say it's basically just the next level of this development. Yeah, and the first projects are already underway. I'm in negotiations with some governments. We have this Honduras model, which was originally thought by the Honduran government to create a Hong Kong in the Caribbean. And now it's a kind of a mixed model with some private elements, some public elements. Right, is that Paul Romer's charter city model is rather a top-down model, just a usual city transferred into the developing world. This is free private cities is a different approach. It's a totally different approach. The private governance contractual model. Actually, there's no charter, right? There's a contract. But charter cities nevertheless is a very important first step to go into that direction. So I'm supporting all kinds of models, be it a full sovereign model like Liberland, seasteading, charter cities, special economic zones with extended autonomy. All is good. The more competition, the better. So I'm clicking here, but nothing happened. Oh yeah. So Free Private Cities is a company. It's working on incubation and establishment of free private cities. We have also a consulting arm called T-Polis. And I've written a book, which is also available as an audio book, where the philosophical groundwork is laid out, and also a lot of implementation issues. So if you are interested in becoming a competitor in that sector, I can only encourage you. You can please have a look at the book. There was a website of freeprivatecities.com, and a lot of questions are answered there. And this is not the end. This is just the beginning. And you may find out that some of my ideas are not working or you have better ideas. That's perfectly fine. This is a start. Yeah, and again, if you want to learn more, have a look at the website, freeprivatecities.com, and we will have a discussion later. I'm happy to answer all kinds of questions. Let me just say something on architecture, because we also were standing in front of the questions. how should an architecture in a free private city be? Because we believe in the free market urbanism. So will there be a market-based urban order or a master plan, right? And the compromise that we have reached so far can change, but is that, okay, we need, since we are starting from scratch, we need a certain attractiveness. We don't want to be too big. So it's rather a new urbanism concept, 10 minutes walking distance to everything, not higher than 4 or 5 floors. But outside that core area, there are more and more freedoms, right? So there will be areas, we call them the freak zones. You can do whatever you want, but you know your neighbor too. So you might wake up one morning and there's a big pink skyscraper in front of your window, but you knew this in advance, right? So we are also unsure what's the right way. We have to try it out, and all of us have to try it out. And so we basically trying to combine both elements. And so it's a mixture of a certain type of planning, and the other thing is really free market urbanism. And there will be a standard design as a starter, which we are currently working on. I think it will be ready by October. And I definitely, I'm also in contact with Patrick and some of you guys, and I'm happy to get your input in that, because we have to just to show something, because people say, hey, how will this look like, right? This question is often coming. And so we have to do something, even if at the end, it will not look exactly like that, but this is a starter so that everybody can see, okay, this is 1,000 people, 10,000 people, and then it's 100,000. So that is about the size we are talking about. Yeah, then thank you again for your patience, and I'm happy to discuss and answer questions.
Thank you so very much, Titus. That was wonderful. Before I introduce Shege, I just want to say we have one panelist who's in Korea, and it's very, very late in Korea. So we need to stay on time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to text the panelists when the time is getting close. But if you can't hear, I might actually have to jump in if you don't see my message. Okay, so our next speaker is Shege Bhushan. And Shege is a senior associate at Zaha Hadid Architects, where he co-founded and heads the Computation and Design Research Group, ZH Code. He is an alumnus and studio master at the postgraduate course of Design Research Laboratory at the Architectural Association, also known as AADRL. There he explores participatory systems of development of the built environment as enabled by advances in digital technologies of design and manufacturing. Shege pursues his interests in manufacturing and structurally informed design technologies as a PhD candidate in the Block Research Group, BRG, at ETH Zurich, and previously as an MPhil graduate of the University of Bath in the UK. Shege has published in scientific journals and conferences, along with contributions to architectural discourse through AD magazine, known as Architectural Design, and other magazines as well. He routinely engages in public speaking at various professional and academic conferences, events, and institutions across the world. Welcome, Shege.
Thank you, Daniela. And yeah, I'm extremely intellectually pleased to be here, particularly in the current climate of no discourse. So like in the interest of time, like and also because like Titus and Patrick have laid out like most of the conceptual thinking and at least the motivations. I I would just speak about like a few of the technical or computational aspects of implementing some of these ideas, or also researching some of these ideas. So particularly the urban and architectural design of free private cities, and also a little bit of like our first attempt in Prospera from a design perspective, what it meant for us as designers, and and also like how that is kind of suggesting new modes of architectural service, which is a kind of cyber physical reality. Um, yeah, whatever I have to say is an architect's perspective, and it's also, as I mentioned, it's a computational architecture and digitalized kind of construction perspective. So in that sense, not only given my employment as a lead architect, but considering that like for the last 15 years, that's more or less what I've been pursuing. It's a kind of tectonist and parametricist perspective. And for us, for me, free private cities and incorporates essentially a kind of participatory model. So it is a participatory city, and it has all the things that Patrick and Titus mentioned, like entrepreneurial aspects. It's democratic in the sense that like everybody has choice, and it is free market, and it is also techno optimistic. So and behind all of that is the general idea that cities make us happier and richer and smarter and so on. So it is somewhat in the density project is it's embedded within this effort. So in terms of participatory ideas, again, like Patrick and the early researchers at the ADRL had already, even pre-Facebook, pre-digital era, like kind of already suggested the kind of framework of combining online and physical realities. So, and particularly that was from a perspective of housing, participatory housing. And so now we are seeing a good alignment with the kind of participatory cities or free private cities, and a kind of scale up from those efforts. So this is the effort I was mentioning. RAM-TV was a kind of seminal effort, like in the ADRL, like already talking about how negotiations can lead to good architecture, and also communal well-being. And Patrick had an article there about like autopoiesis of residential communities. In other words, how communities can self-form both societally, but also how they're spatially embedded. So in general, so there was this idea of some kind of Facebook and also some kind of community DNA and clusterings and of self-sorting, that like it's a technology enabled self-sorting, and then how that is mirrored in the kind of physical spatial instantiation. So it's an idea of mass customized spaces already 20 years ago. So in our studio with my partner, we tried to pick up those ideas in 2015, and we've explored various things like a Tinder for housing, like, you know, where how to match like a spatial live work scenario with the kind of internal communal linkages. People might be strongly connected or weakly connected, and so on. And other subscription models of space, you know, to match various people and their social, economic, and cultural capital and stages of life, and so on, and increasingly align that with like technological progress, particularly in game technologies, not only the kind of computational game technology, but also some of the game theoretic mechanisms. At least that's the intention. Like we have so far only restricted ourselves primarily to just use the game technologies and simulate gameplay. And alongside, like there is effort to like kind of revisit this kind of diagram that has like kind of dominated our cities like for more than 100 years, since 1914, you know, and then that's so it's a kind of architectural diagram, but it is mapped alongside with the technological progress of that time, and a lot of reinforced concrete construction manuals, so on and so So we want to revisit that, like with the new opportunities available with like 21st century digital manufacturing and spatial tropes and ways to organize space in non-isotropic ways in a kind of differentiated way. And so those are our efforts in the last 5 years, and in the next 5 years, like we are trying to scale those efforts up to an idea of a kind of easy to use online participatory model for where people can negotiate and in spatial units. And so we are trying to simulate gameplay again, as we did in the residential aspects. So, I mean, all of this is our toy models. These are straw man models, like, but at least already suggest the kind of trajectory that we want to take in studying the kind of participation. So in that sense, like we can distill like participatory cities into two things, like governance technologies and industrialized construction, broadly speaking. Starting with government technologies, what is governance in the built environment usually relates to, you know, policies, zoning laws, infrastructure, development plans, so on and so on. And what is government technology? It's a tech layer for that. In other words, it's a technology layer for resource allocation, decision making, and delivery of services to the inhabitants. What are the challenges? Usually you want it to be a low risk environment, so where you can try things out, and if it fails, it fails. But it also usually needs like a significant amount of expert oversight, like, you know, infrastructure planning and so on. And also there's expert systems that are part of the stakeholders, and then there's also a large number of stakeholders, of which a lot of them are non-experts. So that's where we see games, both the game theoretic thinking and gaming platforms that are increasingly becoming easy to use and easy to access even on your mobile phones. So that's where we are thinking that games can provide a good model. So it's kind of gamified version of governance. Digital game technologies, and we are using that for modeling user choices, their actions, their feedbacks, interactions with other users, and so on. So far, we haven't fully gotten into the game theoretic mechanisms or options and trade-offs and so on, but already we can see that this is differentiated by other efforts, like this one from Google in Toronto. So even though Google suggests like ideas like trade-offs and participation, like, but their technological use is basically a centralized AI, eye in the sky that like churns through millions of options. It is definitely, there is no participation. It's centrally owned, centrally planned, and almost singularly executed. In contrast, where we have like a gamified intelligence, like there still can be AI systems, but those are only to simulate gameplay or to participate as a non-human player, you know, keeping the ball in play, like keeping play within bounds, let's say. So here we are trying to simulate a rental economy and a shared economy between 80 players. And also this allows us to keep track of transactions between families or households, and the gray bits are the transactions with the cooperatives, so i.e. some kind of tax. And you can see that diminishes across time, and that's the kind of, these are the kinds of insights that we hope to gain by simulating or through gameplay. And additionally, we can benefit from like, already existing technologies of community formation, aka Facebook. And like a lot of these technologies are readily available. It's very easy to incorporate. On top of it, like there are like, quite extraordinary pieces of technology like augmented reality, all of which you can just play with your iPad. So these are kind of prototypes that we're developing with our students at the ADRO. And so, so this is the kind of low risk virtual environment where people can muck around, do whatever they want. And also like, on top of it, like we can guarantee user like choice, which also is guaranteed through expert systems, through industrialized construction, to have a physical realizable counterpart. So these are the various kinds of choices that could be on offer. It's not one size fits all. And so these are the kind of guaranteed physical guarantees that like whatever is chosen is actually manufacturable and can stand up, and can have various the expert systems are kind of guaranteed, let's say. And so moving on to the industrialized construction aspect, this usually means like kind of thinking of construction as though they're cars. But what point I want to make here is that it's also can reconnect and upgrade traditional wisdoms. And so it's not only about manufacture and assembly, but also to connect with traditional systems of wisdom, building trades, and so on. For example, this was from the early American attempt at thinking about houses as cars, all the 10,000 parts, limitations, and so on. And so, you can see parallels with the car industry. But this didn't particularly lead to, any exciting architecture, let's say. So just to take with that caveat. So what we want to do is that like suggest that even this is kind of industrialized construction at that time, because they were encoded systems of calculation structurally and also constructionally. And they were encoded deeply into manuals and in the construction manuals, but also design manuals, and in the construction systems, and in the instruments that were used to draw these things. So we want to reconnect with that. And so that's where we are working with like people like Philippe Bloch in the Bloch Research Group, that this kind of ancient technology has something to say to our modern world, like in terms of material saving. Like, so this little bit of curvature at the bottom and these ribs already make such a floor slab 70% lighter, 25% space saving, and so on. But we also see that it offers like a lot of expressive freedoms and spatial arrangement freedoms for us as architects. So physical realization is guaranteed, but like exactly those are the things that we can play with. These are the degrees of freedom that we express here. So these lines are not arbitrary. They need to be like that. Otherwise, they cannot, the fabric will crinkle or so on. Same with like everything else here, the benches, and so on. So it's highly expressive, economical, or cost competitive at least. So and so on. And it's also deployable, increasingly deployable in lower technology economies, like this one we made in Mexico City over just 3 weeks. 3 teams spread over Zurich, London, and Mexico, start to finish in 2.5 weeks. And everything that was used to produce this came through that little door over there. So it is deployable, it is transferable, and it's equally and it's also effective. So much so that like, our students can not only think of these kind of geometries and spaces spatially, digitally, they can now leverage these kind of technologies readily available, kind of, and go to and build these kind of prototypes literally with no extra support. Like these were 4 students who went to the factory for three weeks and built it themselves. And so that's the kind of progression of technologies that are equally available now, or increasingly available. In other words, like these kind of floor slabs are not only for Zaha buildings, or these kind of benches are not only for high value projects, but they can increasingly be available as customizable building components ready for mass deployment. So we are trying to work with the Construction Innovation Hub in the UK to suggest that this catalog of parts, that traditional part catalog, can be augmented with these kind of additional degrees of freedom. Yeah. So that leads to Prospera, our kind of first real world attempt at like bringing governance technologies and aka games with some kind of industrialized construction or advanced manufacturing to an island in Honduras. So this is is proposed. A handful of houses initially as a pilot project, starting small, as Titus mentioned. So this is where what experts have to do. Like obviously, like we have to first parcelate or 3D pixelate like the land, and then kind of ensure that like the physical aspects are considered, like views and solar incidents and so on and so on. But already you can see the kind of variety that is possible just in the arrangement of pixels, based on the terrain or based on the views or based on various other commercial constraints. And subsequently then, users have choice over these pixels or voxel, 3D voxels. They can choose exclusion rights, occupation rights, and view rights, and so on and so on. So a lot of these ideas are kind of coming from New York and other historic models of property rights, but augmented and extended through the use of technology. Particularly the idea that these can be extended into 3D and visualized in 3D. Further, there's choice on like interior layouts, like whether they want the bedroom facing the view or the living room and so on. And as expert, or the expert side of things, like as architects, what this means that we have to design for extraordinary amount of variability. So just with the combination of choosing 3 pixels out of a grid of 9, these are these are just like a handful of options that we picked up to explore. So and the other layer that we have to now consider, we are actively considering how to import like some kind of digital fabrication machinery that will come in these kind of containers, and then that will make something a whole lot bigger than these containers. So that's the other, and then we also have to think about like how to convert raw material into the houses and so on. So this is to us been a very engaging exercise between expert systems and user choice and so on. So to summarize, free private cities, like we see eventually, will be a kind of marketplace of investor, producer, consumer for the built environment. It's kind of gamified resource allocation and decision making. And it is built on the kind of what you see is what you get kind of guarantees offered by industrialized construction. And in all of this, obviously, this suggests a kind of imminent future where architecture is a kind of, and urbanism is a kind of cyber physical reality, a kind of augmented mixed reality. And within this infrastructure, within this governance technology, within this industrialized construction technology, is where we see kind of sustainable, socially sustainable and ecologically sustainable cities, or at least communities to begin with. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, and also thanks again for everybody for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sergey. That was great. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So technically now we are beginning session 1, but we will begin with short presentations by Scott Bayer and Vera Kichavana. So Scott Bayer is an urban affairs analyst based in New York City. He is the founder and owner of Market Urbanism Report, a media organization that promotes free market urban policy. Market Urbanism Report publishes a weekly article, a monthly podcast, and has active social media accounts with a combined following of over 50,000 people. Scott Bayer is also a journalist who recently completed a 3-year, 30-city cross-country tour to study urban American issues. He now writes as a columnist for Governing Magazine, for housingonline.com, and for Independent Institute. He launched a consultancy called Bayer Policy in 2020 to build political support around his ideas. BP works with public and private institutions to spearhead pro-market, pro-growth policy in cities across America. Please welcome Scott.
Thanks for having me. Much thanks to Free Private Cities for having me. And I'm looking really forward to talking today about market urbanism. So I think that there are some overlaps between market urbanism and free private cities, and I'll be talking about some of that today. So yes, to introduce myself, I'm a urban affairs journalist who's based in New York City, and I'm probably better known by some of the people who are watching as the head of Market Urbanism Report, which is a think tank that is dedicated to promoting market urbanism in specifically US cities, because that's where I'm based. And so that begs the question, what is market urbanism? And I'll go ahead and share my presentation. So here we have mixing free market policy and urban issues. And the question is, what does that mean? And I think it means two different things. So on one hand, excuse me here for a second. Market urbanism as a theory. And the theory that I would describe it as is the idea that cities should be fully privatized. Not only that the housing is built in a way that reflects consumer demand and allows developers to build it exactly as they wish in the exact locations, but really the entire idea of city governance. So the idea of privatizing things like transportation, public sanitation, city administration, schooling, so on and so forth. The entire of having an entirely free private city that is run by private interests and developed on market principles. And the reason that I call that a theory, although I know that many of the people who are watching have worked in this space and are trying to make this happen around the world and are having some degree of success, the reason that I call it a theory is that it is not even close to being the status quo, particularly in the United States, but frankly anywhere. If you go anywhere in the world, you have cities that are overwhelmingly run by governments, and there is a strong sentiment within the larger public around the globe that cities have to be run by governments, and they have to have certain public organization in order to be able to function. And so that's why there is a second set of market urbanism that I would call a policy package. And that is looking beyond the theory. That's looking beyond the say the ANCAP or libertarian or laissez-faire theory of cities as a fully private entity. And it's recognizing the political reality of what they are right now. And what they are right now is they're government run, but there are a lot of different policies within them that I believe can become market oriented and kind of push in the direction of going into a more libertarian or market oriented direction. And so this aspect of market urbanism as a policy package that can be used in our given political context is actually something that I focus more on, just because I'm a journalist and I'm writing about specific issues that are going on at street level in cities. And so you can't necessarily in that setting wax eloquent about cities, kind of this abstract idea of a fully private city. You have to describe them in the context that they're actually being run. And so I've come at Market Urbanism Report to focus on a couple different aspects of how cities can become more private, and kind of have this incremental approach to privatization. And really it boils down to two different things, two different policy ideas, and that is housing and transportation. And I'll go over briefly what I mean. So the market urbanism vision for housing can be built on the location, at the size, in the design, and at the density that the consumer wants. And so there's a specific set of regulations that we as market urbanists typically go after. I think the main one is zoning, the idea that land can be zoned and effectively policed for use and density and separation and where it actually has to fit on the lot. And so we're viewing that as like the quintessential regulation that market urbanists are trying to either loosen or do away with altogether. Another common regulation that we go after is parking minimums. The idea that developers, if they are building at a certain level of square footage or for a certain number of people, have to follow a government-defined amount of parking that they have to build in relation. That has the effect of increasing home costs and really encouraging automobile reliance. Building codes, which seem great in theory, because who doesn't want to have a building that has a code that ensures a certain number of public protection or a certain baseline of public protection. The problem is that building codes are often crony. They're written by the industry, the engineering industry. They are excessive and they're designed to encourage the overbuilding and over-engineering of construction. Other things we go after are urban growth boundaries, which are arbitrary legal limits that prevent development from going beyond a certain point in the city center and effectively contain growth. For lack of a better word, I'll call this density restrictions, restrictions against building height, floor area ratio, which dictates things like height and lot coverage, and DUA limits, dwelling units per acre, which limits density and the amount of people who can live in a given land plot. Market urbanists are against those. And last but not least, planning and design review, really the whole bureaucratic process of getting things through design and through the design process and the architecture review and planning. And then we move on to transportation. And the market urbanism take on transportation is that it can be provided along the routes, in the modes, and via the operators chosen by the consumer. And again, this is separating, that's the market urbanism theory, but then that's not necessarily realistic in our current political context when you have things like right-of-way issues and various political constructs that prevent a full free market on this. So we have a more incremental set of reforms, and I'll go over those right now. One of them is the idea that roads, which generally are government run and will probably continue to be government run, at least in the United States, should nonetheless be priced based on market signals so that peak hour demand, so that you have dynamic pricing based on the demand at the given moment. And that will disperse demand and alleviate congestion and also create a revenue stream to support the road, the ongoing maintenance of the road and pay off the debt. Another thing we're very interested in is public transit reform. So here in the US, we have a lot of our main public transit is run by top-down agencies like SEPTA in Philadelphia and the New York MTA, which serves New York City. And they're dealing with the typical public choice problems. Rather than serving the consumer, they're often patronage mills that encourage bureaucracy and are resistant to technological reforms that would improve service. We're very much for reforming these agencies or maybe even disbanding them. On the flip side, private transit deregulation. As public transit agencies prove to be increasingly sclerotic and really ineffective, we've seen private transit startups, everything from bike share companies to scooter share to ride share to little bus services that are trying to rise up and serve cities. And they are being regulated away effectively because of cronyist regulations that often originate from the public sector. And so market urbanism is for deregulating those options and allowing them to compete with the public option. And then this is a big one, market-based right-of-way. A lot of these issues about transportation boil down to right-of-way. Who gets to use it, and who gets to use it and who doesn't get to use it. And what we are effectively saying by market-based right-of-way is the idea that it should be priced so that the highest and best uses end up outbidding the not so good uses for the use of the right-of-way. So an example might be, right now, if you go to New York City, a lot of the on-street parking space is free, and it's just used for car storage for homeowners. And what I think a market urbanist would say is, if you price that space, that particular curb space, it might lead to something like a bus lane, which is more efficient because thousands of people would outbid the right to use that space and have faster bus service over basically free car storage for a handful of people. And so, yeah, lastly, I think that market urbanism is the cross between free market policy and urban issues. Some of it is a theoretical inquiry into how a private city would work. Some of it is more specific politically based policy reforms that can be used in the existing government-run context. But overall, I think there is some overlap and maybe some differences between market urbanism and free private cities, and I'll look forward to discussing those.
Thank you very much, Scott. That was great. And now I'm going to introduce Vera Kichanova. So Vera is a professional researcher at Zaha Hadid Architects and a PhD candidate at King's College London. Vera's dissertation is dedicated to private cities. And at the age of 20, she was elected to municipal council in Moscow, thus becoming the very first libertarian ever elected to public office in Russia. Her comments on local government and urban policy were published by the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and the Telegraph. Vera holds a Master of Public Policy degree from the University of Oxford and a BA in journalism from Moscow State University. Her research interests include public administration, development economies, institutional analysis, land use and management, international development, and regulatory analysis. Vera was a Mercatus Center Friedrich Bastiat Fellow during the 2017 to 2018 academic year. Welcome, Vera.
Thank you very much, Daniela, and thank you for inviting me. I'll share the screen. So yes, as Daniela mentioned, I work at Zaha Hadid Architects as my day job, and in parallel, I'm doing a PhD at King's College London, which is focused on private cities. So let's see what is trending in the news right now. Well, apart from COVID, of course. Protests in Hong Kong. And I'm often asking myself, why are these young people in the streets? You know, it takes a lot of courage to go out to the streets and protest, especially when you know you can get hurt, arrested, even sent to jail. What makes them so brave? They are defending their freedoms. Why is freedom so important? Because Hong Kong is one of the most developed, modern, innovative places in the world. Its GDP per capita is over $65,000, more than the UK, more than Germany, Australia, Canada, or Japan, and 3 times as much as mainland China. Impressive. Some 150 years ago, Hong Kong was basically a fishing village. Hong Kong, as we know it today, is the product of very real and very tangible institutions. It's those institutions which make a difference. And people who are on the streets of Hong Kong today are in effect defending those institutions. And what exactly are the institutions that made Hong Kong what it is now? Well, one of the key institutions is market competition. Friedrich von Hayek, a key figure for the Austrian School of Economics, one of the founding fathers of the libertarian thought, wrote that competition is a procedure involved in all evolution. So, market competition transformed Hong Kong from a fishing village into a rich, buzzing metropolis. Private, profit-seeking innovators achieved something that all the party committees and ministries could not. Hong Kong is a rare example, but Hong Kong is not unique. The fact and the matter is that, as we have seen again and again, good institutions and minimal government create prosperity, not just in Asia, everywhere. We see it in the most unexpected places. For example, in the Middle East, not the beacon of democracy, but even in the Gulf with its autocratic governments, economic freedom works. We all know about Dubai, essentially a special economic zone in the middle of the desert. Its neighbors are hugely dependent on oil incomes, but Dubai is not. Only 2% of its GDP comes from oil sales. I'll take another example, which is perhaps less known. Bahrain, a tiny country in the Persian Gulf, used to be oil dependent like its neighbors. But its rulers realized one simple thing: it's better to build prosperity on economic freedom rather than oil and gas. They opened up the economy, welcomed foreign investors and immigrants, and allowed multiple international banks to use Bahrain as a springboard into the Gulf region. The World Bank Doing Business Index put Bahrain within top 10 global business climate improvers. The result? They are not as oil rich anymore, but they are still prosperous. Right now, we might be seeing the birth of another free economic zone, this time in Central America. And my colleagues have talked about the architectural aspect of this project, and I'll talk a bit about the institutional ones. The Hong Kong model is spreading. The Prospera project in Honduras was announced just 2 months ago. The government gave a green light to a brand new charter city located on an island with a special jurisdiction status. And today we have several people among us who helped to make it happen. Titus Gavel was a legal consultant for the project. Patrick Schumacher and Shajay Bhushan led the team of architects who designed these futuristic wooden residences. Well done. This is probably as close to a private city as you can get. What makes Prospera a revolutionary project? Well, first of all, it will be autonomous with its own monetary policy, independent from the rest of Honduras, its own taxation system, and even its own independent police force, its own court system, and private arbitration. Second, it will be voluntary. Nobody will be forced. Nobody will be born to become a prosperous citizen by default, as in the current nation states. Believe it or not, citizenship in Prospera will be based on a contract It will be called agreement of coexistence. And last but not least, of course, blockchain. The land registry will be written on a blockchain, simple, transparent, and no bureaucracy. A private investor's dream. But we are not just dreamers. The event today is contributing to what I would describe as a global cloud of ideas to advance liberty. I will give you a practical example of what is already happening. The Honduran project Prospera will be working with creative destructors from another part of the world, Estonia. Estonia was one of the pioneers of e-government in Europe and probably worldwide. It is super business friendly. Have you heard about the e-residency kits? For as little as $60, you can become an electronic resident of Estonia, launch a business, access e-banking. Well, hopefully Prospera will introduce a similar system and more. Okay, so much so about Prospera. And now for something completely different. So far, I've mentioned stories of collaboration between governments and innovators, whether a former British colony or a Middle Eastern monarchy, or even an island in Central America, in the case of Prospera. Those are examples of rulers voluntarily agreeing to give up some influence in order to achieve higher economic growth, to make these places more prosperous. But let's ask ourselves, how many modern governments would agree to do that? How many rulers have such a vision? Can we afford to sit and wait until another president or another sultan becomes enlightened and embraces economic freedom? Some among us just don't have the patience, and rightfully so. Some people with a vision go further. Take, for example, Vít Jedlička. He didn't want to wait for top-down reforms. He didn't have the time to persuade bureaucrats. Instead, he discovered a gap in international law. And this is the process of discovery that libertarians with a vision need right now. We need to investigate. We need to experiment. We need to search for those loopholes that will allow us to disconnect from the old nation states. We have just embarked on this journey. And speaking of embarkation, there is another type of experiment. As it is, almost all land on planet Earth now is controlled by governments. What is left? Right, the ocean. And some pioneers are already going in that direction. The Seasteading Institute wants to create micronations in neutral waters, stateless communes in the middle of the sea. At this very moment, we are seeing a number of seasteading projects being born around the world, from Brazil to Singapore. Technically, seasteads can be as small as a single family floating pod, like the Ocean Builders project in Panama, or as big as a whole city built upon an artificial island, like the Blue Frontiers initiative. We are truly in uncharted waters here. The examples I mentioned before have to overcome major legal and political obstacles. Seasteading has to deal with all of those, and on top of that, address serious engineering and architectural challenges. But where is the challenge? There is an opportunity. Look at these renders. Aren't they impressive? There is no way we can deal with these challenges without architects. And I'm glad that they are already on board. I guess half of the speakers today are architects. Seasteading is a wonderful word, full of dreams, full of inspiration. There's another fancy term, and I hope we will be hearing it more often: terraforming. Quite literally forming new Earth, settling on other planets. Entrepreneurs with a vision have already started to explore space. Elon Musk's SpaceX was the first successful private launch with humans on board. Hopefully, there will be more to come. As we know, Musk's intentions are more ambitious. He envisions extraterrestrial settlements, private cities on Mars. And again, where there are settlements, there are architects. Look, some futuristic designs are already in the making. Isn't it mesmerizing? It's hard to believe that this will happen, but you know what? Nobody could believe that this could happen either. Just a few decades ago, nobody could imagine that it would be technically possible to build something like this. Well, Patrick knows the story better than anyone else. He was part of it, after all. In the early days of Zaha Hadid, her designs looked like something completely out of this world. Few people believed that structures like this could ever be built. And nonetheless, here we are in 2020, and this building exists, by the way, in Hong Kong. To conclude, whether it's a charter city, or a free zone in the desert, or a floating platform, or even a human outpost on another planet, all of this may seem like a distant dream, and that's fine, because it's the dreamers who make progress happen. And it's exactly that kind of experimentation that we need to advance liberty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you. And now we will officially begin the session 1 debate. And just to remind everyone, the topic is freedom and urban design. And just to summarize very quickly, so Patrick talked about maintaining architectural order in the face of fluidity, complexity, and freedom. Titus pointed to the biggest problem of mankind as being that some people want to impose their own wills on others. Shege talked about game platforms and governance technologies and industrialized construction. Scott Bayer talked about market urbanism as a policy package. And Vera gave us a global cloud of ideas to advance liberty. So the floor is open for discussion, and the way that we're seeing this is as a debate. And please feel free to speak at will. The participants are Patrick, Titus, Shege, Scott, and Vera.
Yeah, maybe a question to the architects. Do you think we will see free private city as a kind of a franchise model where we have all over the world a kind of a typical free private city? I'm thinking about, we have an agora, there's a kind of a symbol, right, which is common to all these cities. Because some people told me, well, now in Central America, you have to go with completely different design than here and there. But my thinking is more than, that was all a question, what about the old ancient Greek cities? Yeah, that is comparable, but now it's the whole world, right? So what do you think as architects? Will we probably see something which has some similarities all over the place? Or will there be one type or 2 or 3 types of free private cities, or will it be totally different?
Well, I think that there will be processes of convergence as well as divergence. I think that initially, I mean, if that catches on and this kind of space opens up, I think initially there will be, I mean, I'm talking both in respect of the entrepreneur, the government technology, as well as the architectural and spatial regulation and look and feel. I think there will be initially a divergence in terms of government models. And that's where I think the filtration will probably show that the more free versions, more open, and which give more individual freedom and expression will probably succeed. But I do also believe that there will be, so we're having a global culture, which is the knowledge economy, the network society, but within that, there's still a certain amount of a global division of labor within that. So I think that there will be degrees of specialization. So now in terms of districts, you have, you know, financial districts, you have media and television and so districts, you have science cities, and even there, and sometimes you have larger, of course, where they also cluster together. But I believe in these kind of clusters, and they will have different, they will merge different typologies. But my hope is, in terms of the architectural expression, that there will be a set of overarching principles, let's say parametrism/tectonism, which probably could and should succeed. But what I think is important, that this is going to be a market process, but it's also going to be a global discourse of debate, of analyzing, of critiquing alongside of that, because to you know, to attribute success to the various and the varied success to the various aspects of the various models, how much is into the context, how much is a particular government model, how much is a certain way of treating real estate contributing. We need theory, kind of a theory-informed discourse to sort this out. So I believe, again, I mean, there will be a very kind of new thing. There will be many different tries. Some branches will die out, and then there will be some kind of convergence around certain principles. But I always believe that there will be around these principles allow for a lot of different types of expressions, because the life processes and the communities are different, although they also share certain things. So the certain protocols, certain standards will emerge. And I think even within a single free private city, if it has a certain size beyond the initial core area, even within that, you could have a series of diverse protocols. Let's say the different condominiums have their different house rules. Different streets and spaces will have their different law and order and aspects, whether they allow or disallow electronic scooters and micromobility, where there's total pedestrian zones. And I think that's also something where I feel very quickly a general provider will find it hard to cater fully out of one single institution, which probably might be hierarchically ordered, a medium-sized city policies. So even there, I believe the kind of decentralization and clustering, that doesn't mean that it would become, let's say, totally disorienting which policies are through. So technology could also have, on your mobile, you signal which kind of policy you have, but also if it would become too diverse, then they would have, again, the market would rein this in through self-organized convergence towards standards. But I think to get there is probably, in particular in the initial phase, is erring on the side of giving more freedom. So in your kind of case, allowing that wild zone, that freak zone to exist, because we don't know. And it will for these models to emerge. It's very important, this Hayek's phrase of market competition as a discovery process. Once that kind of stabilizes around, certain protocols, for instance, with the internet is stabilized, with the PDI and a certain, then you can also curate easier, and then you can shortcut the discovery process. Doesn't have to be gone through with every project, and then you can kind of make anticipations and nearly kind of have a more of a top-down recreation. So I find it, for instance, with this beautiful cultural bar and cafe complex in Hong Kong, which is kind of emergent order. Forgot the name of it. There's a kind of a British entrepreneur involved in it, and he discovered some kind of mix and formula. It was actually self-organized, and then you can roll that out and try these models. But I think there should always be there will always be that margin of free for all. So I think that will be the kind of, one has to have that play out, and I think I do believe in the franchising model as well. So I think you would, because it makes things predictable. You have a reputation, a brand you can rely on. But I think there should always be also on the fringes space for newcomers, unique and autonomous models that will also try that to compete against those franchises, or maybe a franchise of will be challenged by maybe newcomers which coming as well continuously.
Yeah, because following what just Patrick had said, the issue at this, let's say, initial stage, or let's call it inception of the free private cities, we would need at this stage more people to be on board, but more architects such as Patrick. It means that have a level of recognition, a level of import complex built work, and people that are with one step in the academia and one step on the market. Because as Patrick pointed out, and Scott in his presentation, it is really a matter of discourse and theory. But at this stage, a lot of people from academia, when you mentioned the city and you associate free and private, they just don't dare to think or to rethink the fundamentals, the fundamentals, because somehow the situation it is that people are taking the city as something that is given, and we're always trying to think, to fix, to change rules, to kind of adapt to the current situation. But we need to dare to think new rules, to change the rules. But just as Paul Romer would say, to start from scratch. Because one thing that I think it's crucial, and from the more architectural point of view in terms of discourse, because it's part of our discipline, it is that one thing that emerged, it is really the issue of technology in terms of deploying and unleashing certain forces. If you just think from Patrick's presentation, because we're talking about, there are many other examples, but about today's presentation, if you start to think that even if it's not a private city, I think of Google campus or Tencent campus, etc., those people are handling big numbers in a way that can already be imagined. That's the size of a city, 2 million square meters. When you start to think about the complexity, spatial organization, you need to go to the micro behavior of the individual, because those companies are the business model, it is operating either agile model or Scrum model or Kanban or whatever it is. So suddenly you have big numbers, micro behaviors, and you need to start model and simulate. And then you can think about what Shaja was presenting about simulation models. We are now capable of modeling high level of complexity, and we are learning from this. And then in terms of, let's say, your take about policy, etc., and as Vera mentioned, blockchain technology, I think it's something that it's not yet ready, but it's on its way, that will change the game. Because suddenly, in terms of form of governance, we would not need the government to be the third party for the arbitrage. We will have the smart contract that has the public ledger and that it's immutable. Those two components, ones that will converge, and they are converging, are really the engine. I mean, literally operational engine, but also and importantly are also the discourse engine. Means like to have a conversation on the cultural aspect of those technologies and in which way are pushing architects and architecture. So we really need more people on board at this stage to have a constructive, intellectual, sophisticated, with more nuances conversation, because it is frankly a quite fairly small community, and we cannot wait that this becomes, okay, we have an architect engaged into this, franchise or not franchised, just at the level of a commission when things are already settled. We need them now to push the thing forward.
Yeah, thank you, Bruno. I mean, two remarks. I mean, one, I agree that this is only the beginning. It's small. We need to reach out to more intellectual circles and discuss, like this conference, right? This is basically the first where free private cities are seen from a different angle, from an architectural angle. But the other point is that I don't think we will be successful by convincing people. That is because we will not convince the majority, never, right? The point is, why not? Because the free private city is based on you're responsible for yourself. Yeah. In 90% of this is not what the majority wants, right? Let's put it frankly. So what I want to do is just to create a product, and then people can decide, vote with their feet if they like it. So what my compromise proposal would be that we combine both approaches, right? Because here's the thing. I mean, I've been in business for many, many years, and you can make a plan, but the moment you touch the market, forget about your plan, you have to adapt. And that's exactly what will happen here, right? So we just have to start. We just have to do it like Witt did in Liberland, right? Before making a big conference audience, he just did it. He staked his claims. And we just, Honduras was a lucky situation because they by themselves wanted to create something like in Hong Kong, and we put some private governance ideas around that. But now the next thing would be just, hey, let's make a free private city. And I would say, on the other hand, you are right. We need more input. We need more support. We need this to be something this is taken seriously, right? Not as a crazy idea, but it's a serious alternative. And I like what Shaya said. It's in a kind democratic that you have a lot of participation. And that is true, right? It's even better democracy if you can make your own decision with your own ballot in 95% of your daily cases than going to a ballot box every 4 years once, right? So I would say, regarded from that angle, it's even more democratic. But that is another discussion, right? There are so many elements where there will be so much people with different views. And I said, I have had these discussions for 30 years. And I don't see any progress by just having discussions. You really have to do something. And since it's voluntary, it's no danger and no damage, right? If it's going wrong, well, everybody who was participating was there on informed consent. So, but I hear what you say, and I promise that I'm already thinking about that. How can we involve a bigger group into the discussions of these particular items?
Yeah, because I mean.
So I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Q&A box and I'm realizing I need to ask a devil's advocate kind of question. So a lot of the questions have to do with how will free private cities deal with things such as poverty and free access to resources, etc.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of questions, and I intend to answer them all, but I've been told that there's a answer and question session at the end, so I would go through all of that. But if you want me to do that now, I'm also happy to do it now.
Yeah, it's actually a question that I intended to ask during the course of this session, because that is a very common question where people hear about free private cities. That's the first question they ask.
I mean, I have my view on that one.
The poverty question, or what?
Yeah, I mean, let me give my version of that. If you look at the most advanced societies in the US, in particular, but also Western Europe, and you'll find that the lamentable lack of social mobility and the emergence of, let's say, certain nearly cut off and nearly excluded strata within these societies, sometimes referred to as the underclass. They're actually a function and product of the kind of welfare policies which were very optimistically introduced in the 60s with the idea of eradicating a kind of last leftover vestiges of poverty and lack of these kind of poverty, with a kind of agenda of a minimal last kind of push towards self-reliance and participation society, And that was a huge tragedy. It actually has generated and a mushrooming dysfunctional kind of and cutting off social mobility. A lot of these policies, which the kind of people who are asking for this would see as a solution, as actually the cause of these increasing problems, that we wouldn't see this poverty if that let's say post-war economic miracle, for instance, in places like Germany, through free markets and open markets, would have allowed to work itself through, and you know, and whatever is left over, you know, to be looked after, of course, through private initiatives, private charities, like in the 19th century, where it was a much poorer societies. There was much more sense of civic contributions and a much higher percentage of an absolute poorer middle class society giving to private charities. And of course, you have to also remember that you had a whole flourishing ecosystem of mutual aid societies, so giving social security, unemployment insurance, and health insurance, which had a majority coverage of the working class, and much more efficient, much less prone to anonymity and free riding and depreciation of these of the underlying let's say funds. So I think the point here is, and it's very interesting that when Titus, if you read the book, is very clear about there should not be any redistribution, because that comes with so much also political fraud problems and rent seeking, but also it generates more problems than it solves. So I think we're living in an era. A lot of people are now talking about the kind of post-capitalist, the post-scarcity societies. I think that's an exaggeration and becomes an excuse to introduce things like universal basic income, which I think will be an absolute disaster. But we're actually nearly there, where with a little bit of self discipline and with the overall message, without having that kind of side door into dependency, everybody, literally everybody, except for seriously handicapped and mentally retarded groups, which will be looked after, of course, will be participating in that prosperity. And so I think that that's the way poverty would actually disappear for real. And we're actually maintaining and rewarding poverty and dysfunctionality in the current welfare systems. That's why I think it's very courageous, and it's very important that we at least try, make the attempt in these kind of places to not have that at all an offer. And yet you can imagine, depending on which kind of free private city, there will be some which will also offer a lot of employment. And I said there's a world division of labor and different types of industry. You know, there could be immigration from which are now kind of all halted at the Wall Trumbull building into these kind of places from all strata. And I think the poverty will be eradicated more radically and more fast without any significant vestiges. I think the vestiges we have now of poverty, at least in advanced countries, these ghettos are a function and result of policies which will not exist in the free private city.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for this remark. And just to put some pictures behind that, I'm from my former hometown is Heidelberg in southern Germany, and the mayor of Heidelberg, or one of the former mayors, he said, I looked it up. In the 1960s, every 20th child was on social welfare, and today it's every 5th. Right. So I make the point in my book that the social welfare state has created that dependency, which is in Western countries a very high level poverty also. But the point is the following: the free private city is making an offer to everyone. If you are willing to work, and you have to pay to me $1,000 a year, and I think in Honduras, for Hondurans, it's even much lower. So nobody can tell me that he cannot afford that or she cannot afford it. That is the point, right? There's work, and you have to pay just this amount, and you get then a lot of other options. We have already people who are supporting the free private city idea that have set up own mutual aid societies. So the idea here is, I think I'm not naive, right? So you have to steer some people in a certain direction, otherwise they, I don't know, gamble all their money and then they are poor on the street. But the point is, over the years, over the decades, it has been shown that there are about 5% in about every society who cannot help themselves. Okay, 5% who are either ill or have mental diseases or were born handicapped, who really have a problem. So, and in our society, and I've elaborated this in my book, when people come, there will be apps, right? Like with the gaming theory, there's an app. If you're new to the free private city, say, okay, first you have to show us what you're doing for your social security, right? So we have a lot of offers. You can choose from that offers, and a portion of this 1,000 is for absolute minimum social security. So nobody's dying on the streets by starving to death. That's not going to happen, right? But if you are unwilling to take care of yourself for the future by becoming member of a mutual aid society, by getting an insurance, by whatever, making arrangement with your friends and families, if you are unwilling to do all that, then you will only get bread and water from us, right? Because this is the incentive what we really have to make. Otherwise, we will end up the same as the moment. And look at how Singapore is handling this, how Hong Kong is handling that, how Dubai is handling that, right? I mean, there is no big social welfare state because it's setting the wrong incentives. So poverty will first and foremost be fought by you have the potential to work and become successful. Basically, living is cheap, because there is no taxes, or basically no taxes. There you can import, export from all over the world. So I think even the low income people will have a higher standard in living than they have today. In Honduras, for example, or a country like Honduras, what we can offer them is you have a fair trial if you have a legal problem. You have an efficient administration. You can found a company even if your uncle is not member of the government, right? And there's no monopoly. You start a new company, you are invited to do that, and I will protect you from the guys who have been there a longer time and they want to basically kick you out of business. So this is what we have to offer people. Now, if people really get in trouble without their own guilt, we will take care of them, but we are not giving incentives for people just not to work and say, I'm poor. I mean, this is very important. This is and has nothing to do with this is cold and heartless. No, this is how a society functions, and this is what we are seeing in the Western world is how society is not functioning.
Actually, that's the tough love you would find in real communities, which you find in families.
Yeah.
You know, where you wouldn't kind of keep pushing money at your brother who is kind of you know, on drugs, alcohol, and gambling. You know, you would there would be other ways of you know.
Sorry, Patrick.
Helping out.
Vera wanted to say something.
Mutual aid societies doing this,
Vera.
and before they were kind of wiped out by the welfare state, you had a really flourishing ecosystem of, you know, profession-based, religious-based, singular, locally franchised across the nation. And actually in the 20s was the real fight where a lot of the left and trade unions were fighting against the welfare state because they were seeing the state crowding out and killing. That's these kind of, I would call them beautiful systems of solidarity.
So Vera, you had your hand up for a long time.
Yeah, if I may add to what Patrick and Titus just said, so I guess that people who are worried that creating these hubs of wealth, growth, and prosperity will leave someone behind, they misunderstand how markets work and how economics work, because economics and markets are not zero-sum game. It's not that somebody becomes rich at the expense of somebody else becoming poor. If a society grows rich, then the rich become richer and the poor become richer. And if you look at all the worldwide statistics and the graphs, the numbers, you see that in market democratic countries, economic growth means that the inequality shrinks as well, the gap shrinks. And we should not forget about spillover effect as well. If a country has the special economic zone, a special jurisdiction, that this jurisdiction can set an example for the rest of the country, even for those who do not opt in and move to this charter city or special economic zone, whatever it's called in a particular case. You still feel the spillover effect. You still feel the benefits. Because the country's government may look at it and think, okay, this institutions work, why don't we adapt them on a broader scale? This is what happened in China, by the way. So they've seen what's happening in Hong Kong, and they introduced this new areas program, and that's how we got the Shenzhen economic miracle, the Macau success story, and so this is, I think, is a good illustration. And I also see one question that I think is interesting in the Q&A box about how do you protect such a charter city from a foreign power military intervention? But the question is, why would you intervene in a city like this? Would anyone intervene, for example, militarily, Silicon Valley, if the source of wealth of a city, a country, is its institutions and talent? This is not natural resources. That is not something you can capture by military intervention.
Thank you. And with that, actually, we have to conclude this session, but we will have another group debate with everyone at the end. So there will be plenty of time to cover the questions. So at this point, we have a kind of a break, and two things are happening during break, although I'm not sure exactly if Vid has lined up the second presentation, but I'll go ahead. So one of the things that we're doing is we're launching the platform parametricism.com, and I want to speak about that a little bit and then introduce one of our collaborators, Lars, who is going to talk a little more, and then concluding with Patrick, kind of talking a little bit more about parametricism. So as I said, we're launching a platform called parametricism.com, and the platform will feature cutting edge research and projects to convey the latest advancements in computationally empowered architecture and design, acting as a neural network of positions and new directions affiliated with parametricism. So by the way, this is a curated platform, and we are welcoming submissions. You can email to us at info@parametricism.com. So the curators of this platform are Patrick Schumacher in London, myself in Chicago, and Lars van Wijnen in Amsterdam. And between us, we represent a gamut of trajectories within parametricism. And our mission is to feature a wide array of work by both formative figures and emerging talent. Rather than focusing strictly on publishing beautiful project imagery, we also aim to publish research accompanying the projects from both academic and professional arenas. By parametricism, we mean the style and movement as it is fully elaborated by Patrick's 2-volume Autopoiesis of Architecture, and later in the 80 issue, Parametricism 2.0. In those writings, Patrick considers the emergence of parametricism as occurring over decades of ongoing research distributed among many architecture and design practices and academic institutions, culminating in something that is identifiable as a style in the last 20 years. Although he coined the word, he does not claim to have invented the style, but rather elaborates its emergence in conjunction with the big changes in post-Fordist network society of the 21st century and breakthroughs in computational design technology. So parametricism is a global style of contemporary avant-garde architecture that manifests across all scales and disciplines of the built environment. including architectural design, urban design, interior design, product design, and even fashion design. The word parametricism, as I said, was coined by Patrick in 2007. And this is what he says about the style. Its most conspicuous outward characteristics is the complex and dynamic curvilinearity accentuated by swarm-like proliferation of continuously differentiated components. Beyond such obvious surface features, one can identify a series of new concepts and methods that are so different from the repertoire of both traditional and modern architecture that one is justified in speaking of the emergence of new paradigm in architecture. The shared concepts, formal repertoires, tectonic logics, and computational techniques that characterize this work are indeed engendering the formation of a new style. And that was a quote from the Autopoiesis of Architecture. And I'm going to ask Lars to introduce himself briefly and then ask Patrick to elaborate more on the evolution and current state of parametricism.
Yeah. Thanks, Daniela. I'll keep this brief. I'm Lars van Vianen, founded Scape Agency, a spatial innovation collective from the Netherlands, and very proud to present parametricism today to you together with Patrick and Daniela. For me personally, with quite a varied background in arts, but also robotics and software development, the parametric has always been a sort of means to communicate, a means to collaborate, not only with peer designers, but also with scientists, producers, investors, consumers, and with nature. So for me, that the parametric can be is a sort of syntax to express, and just therefore I think the discussion on parametricism as a style or as a means to a style is very relevant to our discourse. So bringing this discussion forward, I'm proud to launch parametricism.com as a platform for that discussion. It features both the positions of researchers and established designers, but maybe even more relevant, their students as well. So the website will launch today, but just as the discourse it documents, will continue to grow the coming years. And I'd like to invite you all to be our companions on that journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars. Patrick?
Well, I keep it super brief. I mean, I hope this concept and of movement, which I think was very viscerally felt and captured the imagination and energies of a whole generation throughout the 19th and 2000s, and still has a growing research community, although there are now kind of various retro movements, and it's less clear that this is capturing the discipline as a whole. But I think I want to make sure that everybody who's working with computation methodologies and has a kind of open trajectory and is not kind of looking at narrow formalisms of past styles should be seen to be part of it. And it's an evolving discourse, paradigm, and it's very important that it's also a discourse and not only something you superficially recognize, although that's also important, that it has a recognizable physiognomy to some extent. And I think it should be really very broad tent. And by the way, I have recently heard from a student at the AA that parametricism is associated with or somehow right wing. That has to be thrown out. First of all, I think politically it's neutral. I mean, I feel, and I'm politically, as you know, it's obvious, active, but we have to separate that out. It's congenial to the contemporary world, you know, the contemporary computational empowered world, the contemporary world of complexity and dynamism, socioeconomically. And I believe I have a kind of idea what the political system would be congenial to these new kind of societal and economic and technology dynamics. But the independent discourses and independent decisions we can make. And I know a lot of people who are buying into various versions of parametricism whether I use a label or not, and I include in that, broadly speaking, even this kind of SciAC OOO crowd, or what's going on at the Bartlett with more kind of, let's say, forms of discrete elements and permutations. There, all of that for me is parametricism, and there are also people who are politically quite divergent, and that should be is fully welcome. And so that's a pitch, particularly in the context where we have a free private city discussion, which has a political thrust and tendency. Parametricism doesn't have that automatically, although I would argue for the congeniality with the kind of free market principles I am arguing, but that's an argument which isn't preordained and shouldn't exclude anybody, whatever political trajectories contributing to this from all sorts of political trajectories. And by the way, I started off into this direction from a Marxist perspective. Post-Fordism is actually something which comes out of the Marxist discourse, and there was a lot of interest there in new corporate forms of flattening of hierarchies, of outsourcing, of network organizations, and forms of engagement in the new economy, which was analyzed and critiqued and also celebrated from the left. And you same have that with the so-called post-capitalist discourse and so on. All of that is welcome within parametricism. So there's no political framing in that particular concept.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So again, please visit parametricism.com. Write to us if you have some work that you would like us to consider integrating into the platform. And also I want to mention that with our project with Lars and Patrick, we are hoping to launch a symposium at Dutch Design Week, which is in October. But we don't have any details or strong confirmation yet, so stay tuned and we will advertise it on the platform. So at this time, I believe Vit wanted to hold a signing ceremony. And Vit, are you with us?
I'm with you, and it was very inspiring again to hear early speeches, and I can hardly be more supportive of these endeavors. And I really would like all these people to come together and build something incredible all around the world. We've got some 12 villages that are trying to take off around the world. I mean, for example, there are people from Liberstad in Norway listening. We've got people, Agrorismo in Panama. That is very interesting project. So there are all these amazing projects which we really need your help. And I'm talking to you as architects, especially, or thinkers that are being part of this conference. They're mostly following us on YouTube. So that's really cool that this interaction is happening. And I hope that there will be much more. From the perspective of the collaboration with GBO, that's what we had in plan. Unfortunately, Gerald couldn't join us at the very last minute, but I just have to announce you, and I think it's one of those incredible things. I'm actually late to the signature in terms of collaboration with the Global Blockchain Association, which is, I would say, the leading organization for blockchain and governance in the world. And I'm very proud of this collaboration. I believe it will open us the doors in many US institutions, as well as with many other governmental institutions around the world. I believe this is the right type of partnership for Liberland to take on right now. And it doesn't, probably you haven't heard about the institution yet, but it is, I would say, one of the landmarks for Liberland's history to sign the collaboration with GBO. So I will just, because Gerard has already signed it actually, and I'm the later one too for the signature, I will just sign it and show you on the screen that it has been done. And I hope that Gerard is at least watching us. So this historical step has been made without me having to travel to United States. And watch out for GBO summits as well. They're amazing. They're exactly on spot of what we need. We need more discussion in terms of how Liberland governance will work. And we need more discussion on Liberland Constitution, which, by the way, has its own, I would say, work group, which is working on a weekly basis. There is a strong team now pushing it forward. And I would be very happy if you decided to join it from time to time.
Thank you very much, Fritz. Wonderful. So at this point, we're going to transition to the second session, and Bruno will do the introductions to all the speakers. But I just want to remind everyone, the second session is titled Cities and Digital Transformation, and the participants are Lev Manovich, Philippe Morel, Neil Leach, and Sanford Quinter. And the discussion is going to focus on big data, cultural analytics, planetary scale computation, complex epigenetic systems, artificial life and intelligence, and much more. So Bruno, if you can please start introducing Lev.
Okay, it's a great pleasure to introduce Lev Manovich. So Dr. Lev Manovich is one of the leading theorists of digital culture worldwide, and a pioneer in the application of data science for analysis of contemporary culture. He is the author and editor of 30 books, including AI Aesthetics, Theories of Software Culture, Instagram and Contemporary Image, Software Takes Command, Soft Cinema, and many more. He was included in the list of 25 people shaping the future of design in 2013, and the list of 50 most interesting people building the future in 2014. Dr. Manovich is a presidential professor at the Graduate Center, CUNY, and a director of the Cultural Analytics Lab that pioneered analysis of visual culture using computational methods. The lab created projects for the Museum of Modern Art, NYC, the New York Public Library, Google, and other clients. His latest book, Cultural Analytics, will be published by the MIT Press in fall 2020. So it's my pleasure to give the voice to Dr. Manovich.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Do I understand correctly that I have 10 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. I will not talk about kind of my work or digital culture, but I would like to give you some feedback on what I heard so far, and also share a bit what I learned about kind of urbanism and I think future of cities by visiting Korea for the last 10 years and now living in Korea, not in Seoul, but just in a small provincial city of 1.5 million people in the middle of the country. I think I have seen the future. So first, a couple of things. I was actually very excited about being invited to this event. I'm a big fan of Patrick because I think he's one of the few people in contemporary kind of culture where everybody kind of says the same things. I think we're moving more and more towards what I experienced as a young person in a communist country. It results of globalization, right? And Patrick is a devil's advocate. But having heard what I heard so far, I'm actually less excited, and I'm sorry to say, much more skeptical about the ideas of free private cities for a few reasons. One is, so nobody mentioned that we are in the middle of global pandemic, and hundreds of thousands of people have already died. And it seems to me that what we see this year further supports the idea that we need social welfare societies. Yes, they're not perfect. Maybe we create dependency, but the alternative is what we see, I think, in the US, where on the one hand, the government has kind of give up and hasn't been investing in the public infrastructure for 40 years. And on the other hand, we have a very strong individualism, right, and distrust in government. And that's why, you have, right, 1/4 of all sick people from virus in the US. So it seems to me that at this point, at this moment in time, I would move, at any moment to social welfare society, even though it's imperfect. The second thing is, I appreciate what people are trying to do, but the questions of how to create, let's say, democratic, safe, just, and so on society, social contract, people have been trying to figure it out for thousands of years, not just Rousseau, but millions of philosophers, social scientists. And I think that if a kind of bunch of architects, and capitalists say, we figure it out, we have a solution, I don't think the world is going to take it seriously. So it seems to me that if you want people to take it seriously, perhaps you should kind of scale down your rhetoric and say we're just going to do an experiment. I couldn't understand before why people are so skeptical in the academic world about it, but now I see, because again, I think it's kind of not very serious. It's not an adult thing to pretend that you guys know all the solutions. And some examples which I heard are also not serious, right? So Vera, who wonderful, talented, but she spoke about Bahrain and Dubai as a model. Well, we know what Dubai is, right? It's built on, almost like prison-like, gulag-like labor, right? Of laborers, from all over. The moment you lose the job, right? They kick you out of Dubai. So is your free private city going to be the same model, where people who can't work or people who became disabled, yeah, you said you'll give them water and bread, but not much more. I will never use this word, but today we live in a very polarized society, and people basically call you ideas fascist, and I can see why. Let me now talk about the second thing, which is urbanism. And again, here I'll be actually a bit arrogant, because I did study architecture for 2 years in the Soviet Union, because as a Jew, I couldn't go to art school, university. We would only accept Jews to architecture school because we figure out that architecture is not important, so we'll let Jews do it. So I think 20th century architecture has failed in a big way. It failed to create complex, intricate, nuanced, warm, and human environment for human beings. And it's clear why. In 1900, 1 billion people lived in this world, and by 2000 we have, by today we have 8.5 billion. So to scale, the scaling to go from 1 to 6, the architecture simply failed, right? So it adopted the kind of modernist boxes, and I think the biggest failure of modern architecture you can see in places like Rotterdam, right? And right. So as I told you, I learned something while being in Korea, while being in Seoul. I love DDP, right? So late Zaha Hadid, wonderful building, but how do you scale it, right? How do you scale it to house billions of people? And I think one of many ways in which modern architecture failed, and unfortunately, I don't think parametrism, for respect intellectually, is addressing at all, is a question of scale, the spatial scale, right? So you basically have these buildings, right? They can be done as games, they can be done as AI, it doesn't matter. But you have a sphinx, right, which don't have a scale. I mean, you design something, it can be like that size, it can be 1 kilometer. And when you walk around Rotterdam, right, you feel very alienated, you feel very dead, because the point where the buildings can meet the ground, there's nothing there. So I want to oppose to that what I learned in Korea. So when they first show up in Seoul, right, you think, oh my God, it's the most terrible architecture place, because you see all these residential buildings, which are basically Khrushchevka, right? So this kind of looks like socialist housing. We have numbers. So they built by companies like Samsung. And it's true that residential architecture in Korea, it's a kind of mafia, and it's very bad. What we realized this year, so we live like in a small city, we drive around, is that it almost doesn't matter. Why? Because Korea has been at the avant-garde of a kind of wilding movement, right? So we no longer create parks, but we insert wild nature in all the cities. So we live in our city, right? There's a beautiful stream going around, and I'm going to downtown, and there are live birds, right, nesting in the stream in the middle of the city. And for that, I'm ready to forgive the most awful architecture. The second thing, how Korea is amazing urbanism, even though it doesn't look like it, is that there are millions of cafes here, right? But it's basically 200, every 200 meters there is a cafe. It can be 1, 2, 5, 6-story building. It's where people spend their whole lives. And most of them are individual, unique. It's a new urban form. It's the most important urban form. And very much more individual, unique, interesting than the cafes you'll find in the West. So when I saw kind of Patrick's, right, beautiful slides, and I've seen thousands of them over the years, everything is kind of presented, right, and it's beautiful from a faraway view. But what happens on the ground level? And the third thing, which I learned right from Asia and Korea, so how do you create the intensity, the complexity, the variability, the diversity of a city which existed, 500 years ago, when maybe like, the city was for 10,000 people, right? How do you scale it up? So I think it's a question of scale, right? So you walk around Seoul, and you see very boring boxes, but they're done different materials. And that's very pleasing. So what I learned is you don't need this parametric things like this. You can actually have a box where by putting different materials, by creating a sense of texture, which you can project yourself, you create something amazing. You have signs which are that size. Imagine a city where the sign, the name for business is that size. So it's a city, it's the interiors, it's the spaces which whisper to you, which tell you secrets, which include you. So this kind of three-dimensional texture, right? The ornament, which was always part of human cities, which I think allowed us to almost think of cities as something biological, right? Because our bodies are not flat. It's possible to create it today. And what I realized is that in 10 years, the Seoul, which is one of the biggest cities in the world, officially it's 20 million, but it's actually 2/3 of Korea. It's 30 million. It's livable. All the new areas have places of wild nature, not the parks, right? Some really wild nature there. And what I realized is that maybe the way to build a free private city is not to build a city, but to actually build a forest, right? In other words, that I don't understand at all what's the intellectual connection here between parametrism and free private cities. Maybe it's a wonderful way to promote, kind of what Patrick and others have been doing, but I'm not sure it's where we're going anymore. And again, sorry if I'm a bit aggressive, but you guys been so aggressive and arrogant and almost fascist in promoting your ideas. So I hope you can accept a bit of criticism. That what I haven't seen, right, in all these beautiful models presented, by Patrick and others, I haven't seen any nature, right? I haven't seen birds, I haven't seen any trees. And if people in Korea, which until recently, right, has been almost authoritarian and very corrupt society, if they can do it, then you guys can do it as well, right? So maybe one way to convince people that we should believe in free private cities is to be a bit less arrogant and to maybe, read a bit more social theory, not only Rousseau, but Locke and everybody else. But the second way is to make the city into really something new, not simply the extension of parametric design, which after all has been around for over 25 years. So forgive me for my arrogant and almost aggressive remarks, but I think we're here to debate. And I hope that I didn't go too far. And you can call me fascist as well. Thank you so much.
No problem at all.
Thank you very much, Lev.
I know Patrick likes, right? Patrick likes controversy, so I hope Patrick. I'm your huge fan, so that's why I'm not holding myself back in front of you.
No.
I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
It was a great assessment, improvised from the first session, but actually this is what we were looking for. So we'll have a discussion later. So our second speaker, it is Mr. Philippe Morel. So I would like to just introduce him. Philippe Morel is an architect and theorist, co-founder of EZCT, Architecture and Design Research in 2000, and initiator and founding CEO of the large-scale 3D printing corporation X3E 2015. He's currently a visiting teaching fellow at UCL Bartlett and an associate professor at École Nationale Supérieure d'Architecture Paris, where he headed the Digital Knowledge Department, co-founded with Mr. Girard. He was previously an invited research cluster and MArch Diploma Unit Master at the Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL. Prior to this, he taught at the Berlage Institute in the Netherlands, Seminar and Studio, and at the AA-HTS Seminar and AA-DRL Studio. His long-lasting interest in the elaboration of a theory of computational architecture is well expressed in his numerous essays, projects, and lectures. So it's my pleasure to leave the space for Philippe Morel.
So thanks a lot for the invitation, and thanks a lot also for the introduction, Bruno. So I will quickly share my screen. Let me test. So does it work?
No problem. We'll go away.
You see it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Give me a second. Yeah, perfect. So I will very quickly give a couple of like open elements about what I see today as dysfunctioning problems in cities, and also a couple of elements about data governance. So we all know that we have bigger and bigger cities like this one, for example, but I mean, more or less all global cities resemble that one. But when we look at cities, what we see is usually like air pollution, even if most people say, okay, it's not maybe the responsibility of the city, but it's a kind of more global issue, a kind of global problem. I mean, usually we tend to consider that nobody is really responsible for anything. And by the way, I believe it's really a big problem. But we also have like on continents like here in Africa, really big problems with pollutions. But it's not only in African cities, but it also happened in many other cities, including European ones. So basically, when we look at cities, more and more what we see is a big and a full bunch of dysfunctions, you know, like really dysfunctional elements. And this is really what cities became. But if we look a bit I mean, a bit more closely, you know, at cities, what we see is that entire new city district like this one, for example, in Los Angeles, worked pretty well, you know. And one of the reasons for that, I believe, is that at some point this district either private or they are fully managed by private entities. And also there are entirely new database districts, and the data management is also private in those districts. So when we look at that, when we look at the big difference between the areas in cities where it's about inhabitants, you know, I mean, about dwelling, about social housing or whatever. And when we look at these kind of districts, which are mostly about production and technology, we see a big gap, we see a big difference. And I believe that it's not only because of the fact that those ones are newer, but it's for two reasons. First, these ones are data-based, and these districts or these areas are also managed by private entities. When we look at cities in history, we see that at some point the most efficient cities have always been private at some point. It was very clear during the Renaissance, especially in the Italian cities, as those cities were privately owned. When we look at what happens at the scale of architecture, it's the same. I mean, it's all about databasing, it's all about automation, but again, what we have to acknowledge here is that all of these things are privately run. There's nothing which is that we can associate with a kind of management or governance that we have with cities. It's even more true with the application ecosystem, because ultimately the application ecosystem is a kind of quintessence of the distributed management that we can experience nowadays. So if we look at both the issue of cities in terms of physicality, but also if we look at cities in terms of data management, what we can see is the following. I mean, the production of data is obviously exponential. If we pay attention to autonomous cars, for example, we will soon be be moving in cities. We know that they might even produce 4 terabytes of data per day, which is absolutely immense. So basically, there is something we should acknowledge is that cities are ultimately a big data-based environment, as you will see. So traditionally, it's not only about privacy, but traditionally we can say that cities were also the places where the exchange of data were made in the most optimal manner, because it went fast. Obviously on the market, on a traditional market, I mean a marketplace, you can, for example, fix the price of commodities in a much faster way than what you can do in the countryside, for example. So this is also why cities became so successful, but also because cities, because they gathered all these people exchanging goods, and in fact, they also exchange data if we consider intelligence as a form of data. And I very much consider intelligence as a form of data. So basically, traditionally, the most advanced forms of data management happened in cities. The core of capitalist economy, the marketplaces welcoming all forms of intelligence. But if we look at cities at the very moment, they just became completely dysfunctional bodies like dinosaurs. When you have, for example, a demonstration of the people responsible, I mean, the people in charge of garbage collection, for example, this is what you have. So this is an image of Marseille in south of France, when people are on strike, you know, I mean, when they just refuse to work. So at all levels, the problem with cities is that there are dysfunctional bodies unable to keep pace with technology, and the pace of technological evolution is exponential, as we all know. So we should look at what happens in all disciplines. Again, I mean, we should look at what happened at the stock exchange, for play, for absolutely everything. In architecture, obviously, because architecture is just like artificial intelligence. And we should ask ourselves also the same question for cities. What is a city? Because it's good to speak, it's nice to speak about the governance of the cities. At some point, we should know what it is, because we cannot govern something we don't even know, you know. So my point here is that cities at some point should be considered at the very moment as just like a big Internet of Things. You know, I believe that they don't include Internet of Things, but they are ultimately an Internet of Things. So this is what we have. And if we ask ourselves what should we do about future cities, how they should be designed. So for example, before Scott Bayer asked the question about what kind of rules, what kind of regulation, urban regulation we should establish for cities, for example, regarding the floor area ratio or the density or things like that. I absolutely believe that those things should be generated by computers and artificial intelligence. I'm personally, I'm not even sure that we should go for this kind of traditional rules, traditional urban regulations. in new cities. But let's make the hypothesis that we have to go for that. Then in that case, I would say we should leave that point to artificial intelligence. So here I use something I was already mentioning 2 weeks ago for the issue of architecture, but I think it's still true for the issue of cities. We should just let computers create new city scenarios in terms of shape and governance and logics. But I think we should also envision things when it comes to governance in a slightly different way. If we look at what happens today, you know, like with the traditional knowledge, obviously Facebook is a social network, but I mean, sociologists are totally useless at Facebook. Still, they consider themselves knowledgeable in social networks. But who cares? I mean, Facebook is not going to hire like tens of thousands of sociologists because they are knowledgeable in social networks. I think it's the same for cities. Etymologically speaking, the word politics is intrinsically associated with the issue of cities, with the polis. But I believe that, you know, believing that politicians are necessary in city governance, because politikos in Greek means city management, is a joke. Or, I mean, it's not really funny, ultimately. So this is why I say that nowadays we should consider not only the issue of private cities, but who is going to run those cities ultimately? What kind of management? What kind of governance? So I believe that a city is more complex to manage than Facebook. So how come cities are run at the very moment by people 1,000,000 times less smart than Mark Zuckerberg? And ultimately, I believe that cities should not only be private, but most of all, they should also be run by a robot mayor. And I believe that if we consider cities only through the lens of privacy or private enterprise, my feeling is that it might turn into a kind of nightmare, because it's not only an issue of governance, private versus traditional public democracy, but it's also an issue of how we keep pace with the very exponential growth of technology and with the exponential growth of data. So this is why I would, let's say, open the discussion on the city governance. So again, I think we should pay attention both to the new private cities, but also new forms of completely different governance for the cities. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this was really great and inspiring. So let's move to our third presenter. So it's my great pleasure to introduce you Mr. Neil Leach. So Neil Leach is an architect, curator, and writer. He is currently visiting professor at Harvard University, GSD, professor at the European Graduate School, Gao Feng professor at Tongji University, and adjunct professor at the University of Southern California. He has also taught at SCI-Arc, Architectural Association, Columbia GSAPP, Cornell University, the Sau Institute of Architecture, IAAC, London Consortium, Royal Danish School of Fine Arts, ESARC, University of Nottingham, University of Bath, and University of Brighton. His research interests fall broadly into two fields: critical theory and digital design. In the field of critical theory, he has published a number of monographs and edit volumes, dealing largely with the impact of important theoretical tools from critical theory into an architectural arena. In the field of digital design, he has published a number of edit volumes. So I give voice to Mr. Leach. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I just share, can I share my screen?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So thank you for the invitation. I want to pick up in some ways on what Lev was opening up about in his debate. And firstly, I want to say that my position, I also agree with Philippe, our position on AI. I'm writing about AI myself at the moment, and I really think that it's important to be able to use AI in a kind of creative way these days, especially in the age of COVID-19. This is something I want to address today. I think that it's important to be able to use AI as a form of surveillance in order to maintain the health of the majority. I follow the thinking of other colleagues at the European Graduate School, Slavoj Žižek and Ben Bratton, but I also want to pick up on some of the ideas that Judith Butler was talking about in the last few days about the necessity to really use COVID-19 as a way to rethink issues. We all live this world in this world together, and we share things, and we need to be aware of others. So I want to I want to look at the question about of how we do look at the way cities in the context of notions of liberty and freedom. I first want to say just briefly, I'm just going to say nothing about this, but to say that I think we have to be able to dissociate architectural form from questions of liberty. These are kind of comments from Michel Foucault from Rethinking Architecture. And I think it's important that we shouldn't somehow map a certain politics onto architectural form. I personally, I support Patrick's aesthetic outlook. I completely disagree with his socio-economic and political output. Anyway, but I think he's also accepted that. So I want to talk instead about the question about freedom and how do we understand the freedom in the context of the city. And I want to start off firstly with the notion of translation itself, a concept that Walter Benjamin wrote about quite a lot. And I think what Benjamin's view in a nutshell is is translation itself is actually quite problematic in the sense that we can take the word bread, and in French we know it's pain, and in German it means Brot, but actually what Brot means in Germany and what pain means in French is completely different. You have to understand the context of what it means. So in some senses you can't really translate without being aware of the context. I first spoke about these ideas when I was at the GSD. I'm no longer there actually. And Walter Gropius had moved from Dessau, where I was teaching myself, to, of course, to the States. And here he is wearing his kind of very corporate bow tie. But the question I would ask is whether anyone really understood Gropius. His ideas coming out of the First World War, as he won 2 Iron Crosses in the First World War. He was part of the huge social upheaval going on in Europe at the time. Did anyone understand him? And of course, you might see the architectural forms being quite similar to what he was doing in Germany, but he was received in a very different way. Just to say that the neighbors around where he lived were highly suspicious of him. They might be all right, but I don't I don't trust them around the corner. It was one of his kind of the Karens around there that commented on him. And there were other people accusing him of having ammunition, machine guns and bombs in his cellar. It was kind of clear that he was lost in translation when he moved across. I also find myself in some senses lost in translation at the moment as a British person now based in the States. I was brought up with a set of principles which I thought would be universal, and I thought coming to the States sharing the same language, maybe they would be shared over here. One of my previous posts was at the University of Nottingham, where the Hopkins Inland Revenue Building is kind of symbolically placed in some ways because it was a city of Robin Hood who believed in the notion of robbing from the rich and giving to the poor. To my mind, tax is a very necessary part of society in order to protect the weak and the underprivileged. I was also brought up with what I didn't understand at the time, but now I realize was a remarkable health system the NHS. It's not simply that everything's free, but because it's not a kind of cost function, people take their time to actually find out about what the condition was. I have experience of being in hospitals in many different countries, and the best service by far I got was through the NHS, precisely because they took care to be concerned about those things. In the States, by contrast, we are in a situation, a horrifying situation. I forget how many million there are who are uninsured, 38 million, I think it is, or 43 million, 44 million, sorry, with 38 without adequate insurance. The numbers don't really mean very much, but when you know someone who actually doesn't have insurance in the situation over here, who suffers from it, I had a student at SciUp who had cancer and had no insurance at all. It's at this point I realize how horrified I am to be in a situation where in the States where there is no forms of insurance. And we just look at the kind of the things happening in COVID-19. Is it any coincidence, we ask ourselves, that the leading countries in terms of COVID, USA, Brazil, India, and Russia all have strong men in charge of it, and certainly in the case of Bolsonaro and Trump, very reluctant to even engage with the use of masks. And then the bottom left-hand corner, we have New Zealand that is run by a woman and a Labour Party member as well. And you're just contrasting it, you couldn't be further. I mean, the differences are just absolutely stunning. Here are the number of deaths on the right-hand side in New Zealand, just creeping over 20, and the number of deaths in the States, you can see it going upwards, and if they don't wear masks, going up even more. It is absolutely horrific, the situation we're completely out of control here in the States. So I want to just look at this question about liberty, and I want to completely disagree with Titus. I would agree with him that he says that some people want to impose their will on others. I would totally agree with that. But he said that liberty has remained the same. That is not the case. And I want to look at how the notion of liberty has been lost in translation as it moved from France, from the French Revolution, across to the States. A simple sort of comment that's been made in the Declaration of Human Rights: liberty consists in being able to do anything that does not harm others. Now that's going to be the basis of what I'm going to be talking about basically here, because in the States we have the situation where people are refusing to wear masks. And for some reason, I don't understand what it is, why right-wing people, especially outright people, think that masks are an infringement of their personal liberty, and Democrats and left-wing people believe in masks. I don't know why that is, why it's been divided that way, but we have this situation whereby, and particularly men, this is a situation where in Texas where someone wearing a mask has been shouted at by a group of men. This, I guess, in Michigan. Again, we have this kind of situation where the kind of macho male is affronted by that. And the use of guns, the idea that somehow having a gun is expression of your freedom, that to my mind is just horrific. You've only got to look at the gun deaths in the States compared to Canada to see that there is clearly something awry in American society. And now we get these people now who are demanding freedom is essential. And they want their freedom because they want to, they think that it's their right to not wear masks and so on and so on. So we get these kind of confrontations between the medical profession telling people that you have to wear masks and people believing in the land of the free, they have the right to not wear masks. Over and over again, we're facing the same situation in the States. Your fear doesn't take away my freedom. What the hell does freedom mean here? I think this cartoon kind of sums it up, whereas the person who wears the mask is concerned about other people, and the other person and the other people who aren't, they think it's an infringement of their liberty, and to hell with other people. So what has happened in this kind of situation? It's almost as though the term freedom has completely inverted. The notion of liberty has turned into some kind of libertarian ideal. And the idea of freedom, the idea of actually of being concerned about other people, people are now concerned more about themselves than anything else. I was reading an article just recently about how the comments by Benjamin Franklin have completely misunderstood. In fact, he was arguing on behalf of taxes, and somehow people are saying they're now using this as an excuse not to have to wear these kind of the masks and so on. So we're in a situation whereby the notion of liberty and the kind of the sense of concern for others that came out of the French Revolution has warped into this kind of weird libertarian idea, which is part of the marketplace, whereby, and this is an advertisement from a magazine for a kind of fashion label, Principles, where you see the notion of somehow the French Revolution gets turned into some kind of some kind of revolution in fashion, the idea of dying for the revolution somehow gets inverted into the idea of dying for the latest fashion, and principles from being a kind of hardcore ethical position gets transmuted into being some kind of fashion brand. This is, I find, deeply horrific. I teach students in America who are convinced they're free. They're convinced they're free. I mean, I tell them that if you look at Althusser, sorry, there are two types of kind of control systems: the repressive state apparatus, which we've seen only too much during Black Lives Matter in the States, and the ideological state apparatus, the idea that you're controlled by a kind of ideology. And Americans do not realize this. They do not realize they are constrained by a kind of, they are indoctrinated by a kind of capitalistic libertarian logic of things. I want to finish with a kind of comment, a short story, since we have two Russians in the panel. And that's one of my former students, a very smart student, Natasha Chipereva from the University of Nottingham. And she was telling me about a point in 1991 when Glasnost first appeared. And there was an advertisement in Russia for the prize was 2 weeks in America. And you had to enter an essay about why you wanted to go to America. And of course, all the best, everybody wanted to go to America, to go and have McDonald's, to drink Coke, buy Nike sneakers and so on. But it's only when and she was one of the winners of this competition, it was only when they were halfway across the Atlantic Ocean that they realized who had been sponsoring this. It had been sponsored by a religious sect called the Moonies. These days, they're not so often heard about, but the Moonies were a kind of form of a Scientology, kind of New Age religion. And the idea was they were going to bring the cream of Russian society across to America and indoctrinate them and send them back, I guess, to Russia and have a new Mooney empire. That was the idea, right? That was the idea. But the problem is that the Russians knew about indoctrination. They knew about brainwashing because that's what their society was based on, and everyone knew that. So they were not taken in at all, not taken in at all. In the end, I think one of them absconded, but the other 199 went back to Russia and were not affected by that. The real problem in the States is people do not realize they are not free. They do not realize they've been indoctrinated by a culture of libertarianism. And I want to finish off finally, since yesterday was a day in which one of our great human beings, John Lewis, died, with a photograph of him back in 1963, I think it was, in Selma. He, of course, was one of the great freedom fighters. He was part of a group called the Freedom Riders and so on. And I think we need to get back to this kind of situation, exactly the point that Judith Butler was making, where freedom is not understood as something based on market forces, where liberty has not been distorted and corrupted into some kind of libertarian sort of ideal, to a point where we are concerned about our fellow citizens. Now is the chance with this kind of a COVID-19 to really reappraise what it is, that things like health shouldn't be a privilege. They shouldn't be at the mercy of market forces. Healthcare should be a human right, as indeed should education and so on. So I just want to kind of like to say that liberty has been distorted, and we need to revive a notion of freedom, not for those who are privileged, but freedom for all, which means I'm sorry to say that much as I appreciate the discussion going on, but I'm with Lev on this one. I think it's important for us to really think what freedom means and not to confuse it with libertarian ideals. Okay, that's my paper over.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Neil. This was actually great. No. Okay, so I will just now try to condense and reframe the last three presentations to engage a discussion. I think actually it was all great. I would just like to point.
I'm so sorry. Well, we still have Sanford.
Oh, Sanford.
But Sanford wrote the email that he is not able to join us, if I'm right.
He wrote that he would be there at 12 Eastern time, which is now already past that. So Sanford, are you here? Okay, maybe not. If he jumps in, maybe we can give him his 10 minutes at some point.
Okay, so give me just like a few minutes to reframe and a little bit frame also the symposium. So I will just start with the lab. All your three presentation they have a lot of contact moments with the things we're here to discuss. So I mean, the idea of the symposium was to get to this idea of the free private cities, not in order to promote it as a product, but in order to question, can we question the city as the kind of civilization, human artifact, the aggregation, community, and what it means to start to thinking from scratch in a way. Of course, we have the kind of, as Bernard Stiegler would say, the long circuit of attention of the development of the city, at least in the last 5,000 years, in relation to the human society, organization, politics, definition, what is an individual. Because from a lot of time, the notion of the individual was always the kind of derivative of the notion of society. So in a way, what here emerges, it is, can we start to think the notion of society, that it's an emergent definition from a notion of individual. In some discourses, we may call it an agent for XYZ relationship to a certain computational and complexity theory. So I'm actually with you on the point of that we need more people on board, more discourse, more critical theory, because the problem with the when you start to think about free private cities is the problem of dissemination and reception. So we are kind of dissemination phase, and the reception, it has certain kind of bumps, and critiques are great, engaging discourse are absolutely great. And I have a lot of, then I will connect this to what Neil was saying and Philippe, because of work, I have spent quite a lot of time in China. And so I know quite well China, not unfortunately Korea. But what is happening? We have one perception on China, we have one perception of what is Shenzhen. Actually, there is a EU propaganda. You don't read good things that are happening in Shenzhen. You don't read good things that are happening in Shanghai. So China equals Communist Party taking over control. But there is one interesting thing that it's actually linked to the notion of liberty that people are unaware. The discussion that we have, or that we may have over US, and discussion that we may have over Asia, that it's very more vibrant in terms of civilization turnover, it is actually a different conversation. Because in China, I was speaking with few person, what at the end emerges, and one Chinese girl told me, super smart and so on and so on. It is about privacy. And she said, of course we are aware, we gave up privacy for efficiency. So they're totally aware to give up privacy for efficiency. This is the relation to what Philip was saying about AI management and the problem of surveillance. In a way linked, we can bring here the idea, or Benjamin Breton was recently writing about the public space, the monitoring automation, because what we have seen, at least in Wuhan and some other more hardcore locked down areas, I mean, even in Croatia, when we had lockdown, it is that, for example, the issue of online delivery, so it means the issue of automation, it was actually something that in a moment of something that we may call existential risk was saving people. And politics has a discussion over, should we have this level of automation or should we not have it? And then the reality and the pressure of reality under existential risk, it showed, actually, it saved people lives, or actually it kept the minimum of social coherency at work. So then this is in a way the problem about forms of governance. We may call it free private city, we may call it other forms. It is that we have to dare, not just to fix the existing, but can we think about something utterly different that is just like a new species in the jungle, or as Jeffrey Kipnis would say about the Cambrian explosion, it's a new species. So, but we need to dare to think those things. And people, yes, I mean, I want to stop here and to kind of let the discussion roll.
I mean, maybe Bruno, I could just say that I actually have a post in Shanghai at Dongji University, and I'm normally there at the moment in the summer, but I'm not this year. And I totally agree with you. I think there's an alternative model there. The horror I find in the States is that people dismiss anything that's kind of has the word socialism or communism in it as being a bad thing. Well, Europe, frankly, is socialist, and that's what it is. You know, free healthcare in the UK, free education in pretty much in Germany, and I applaud that. You know, in the States, I see people who are in debt. And one of the comments that Deleuze makes is that that's the form of control. It's debt. It's invisible. It's gaseous. And I see people here that just kind of like who spent $250,000 on their fees, who can't afford healthcare and those things. And that, to my mind, is a kind of I thought the States was a first world country with a first world health service. It's maybe a first world country, I think, maybe, but certainly not a first world health service. And I think we really need to look to alternative models. And the dismissal of the Chinese model, I think, is very unfortunate, because I think it does have its negative side, but it's also got its very positive side. And frankly, it's going to come out of this COVID situation in a much better situation than the States. The States is absolutely in complete chaos right now.
No, for sure. But for example, just one thing. It's a little bit non-linear, but it fits the bundle. You know, I mean, the bundle we are trying to put things in perspective. For example, I mean, you mentioned France. It just reminded me of something, and in relation to the conversation with Lev, it is, for example, France. Okay, liberty, fraternité, égalité, etc. But France, it is a country that it has a 55% of GDP spending on government. So the government, it's 55%, but 50% of the whole GDP, it is actually created by post-colonial contracts. So it means that Africa, it's part of the deal. Certain kind of issue that you may see positive in France. I mean, there are other countries, an example, this is not against France, it is an example. It is post-colonial thing. So at one level, you see a socialist government in France saying, we need to take care of people, we need this, you know, the socialist, I think, ideological rhetorics, we're not speaking here about the certain core issues, it's wrong, because, okay, half of the money you're getting from this. I mean, do you know that France, when slavery was stopped, end of 19th century, Haiti had to pay until 1945 the loss on the profit of stopping slavery to France. I mean, those are not what people want. This is what governments at the end of the day are doing. So it is not to take away the welfare, it is really to enhance people.
Can I just come in to help understand this concept? Let's say we are disagreeing on the models. For instance, if you're interested in a free and nationalized health service, and there are other models like Germany, for instance, which is mixed and has a large part of private contribution, we can compare the pros and cons and practical outcomes. Similarly, with various housing policies and various forms of governance. So what the private city concept allows for is actually more diversity of experiment. So you remember in the 19th century, you had these kind of communist, socialist communities, and if we would be tolerant to allow and not kind of try to shut down experiments like this in Honduras, and there are a lot of left intellectuals are trying to do that, then we would also have a number of different versions. So you could try out, even in the private city movement, whether you have something more curated or more free for all, whether you have state investment or centralized investment in infrastructure, or where you have that decentralized and privatized, whether you set up a kind of jurisdictional system like Titus is doing, or you let you have kind of private arbitration providers coming in with their jurisdictional system. But also you can have it on, you know, a more conservative attempt, religious cities and societies. Why not allow for that? Because I feel that we are kind of locked in with political institutions, which are now in many places roughly in an average of 100 years or maybe 60, 70 years. And in the meantime, we had radical transformation of technology, of culture, of globalization, of multicultural dynamics. And we kind of have eternalized and fixed up a set of political institutions, end of history, really speaking, and we're not allowing enough scope and space. So that's why the means of special economic zones is one mechanism to tinker and try rules, but why not go radical? Why not support? Then we have an argument. I think we have experiments, we have close observation, and then we have a discourse which needs to be factual and critical to accompany that. And it's the same thing, I think, with the various, and let's say with respect to planning policies. And you know, and I think we need to try to take the heat and kind of, let's say, emotional intensity out of this and allow that to happen. And I mean, we have a very, very thick skin, but as long as this is respected, that such an attempt has, in fact, precisely, we must share in any public discourse, I would argue, and we should grant this to each other, to everybody, that we do want, you know, prosperity, flourishing, a sense of freedom and empowerment for all potentially. And that's where I'm coming from. And I'm just seeing that some of the slogans is one thing, and then party programs, and then the mechanisms which on paper look good, and what's the actual outcome down the line, and what's the actual social phenomenon, how do we attribute them? So the same is with a lot of the urban problems we find, and for instance, like the housing crisis. It's very important that we analyze and in a comparative matrix of experiences and looking at the detail of these institutions, how they actually not function, not stop with slogans like affordable housing, more affordable housing. We need to look what's actually underneath this. And what we're actually seeing is quite a worrisome and dysfunctional, probably we could even say corrupt dynamics underneath these labels. And it is the same, and we need to rethink what are the mechanisms of governance, of empowerment, of institutions and rules and regulations. And I think my pleading is this. That's why I also was positive that Britain pulled out of the EU. If we have two large blocks, like the European Union, like the US, and then we have the rest of the world having nearly so much pressure to copy that over, probably most it's only a kind of set of labels and underneath is something else happening. We need to step away from that. And I think we need to, that's why I'm in favor of breaking up, for instance, Spain, Italy, Germany, to break down these big units, Europe to begin with, first of all, to have that process of experimentation, of making experience and having a discourse which is, we need to recognize, I mean, I come across with a lot of conviction, but I don't know, hope it's not arrogant. I mean, I was called to be arrogant, but at the same time, am I really so certain about this? No, I mean, we need to come in there with hypotheses and conviction we're willing to test, but at the same time, we need to stay agnostic to some extent and open to empirical feedback. And like Tito said, you know, when you have a kind of plan and an offering, you have to be really quite quick in adjusting. And that's why discourse probing is very important, so that we can simulate and think through, but we also need the on-ground experiments. And I think in between, and that's my last word, in between this kind of on-the-ground experiments with real investment, real brick and mortar and people moving there, and the discourse where we just theorize, what is in between is actually what Sharjah pointed to and wasn't been looking at for a while, is this kind of marketing, cyber, physical, where you make a bid, where you buy in, put a down payment, but you also start negotiate and tease out the potential for co-location synergies. Needs to be transparent. So that's actually a market making in the virtual, which is one step between a kind of theoretical debate of recipes and the real kind of investment. That's what we do as architects. We have these kind of simulated worlds, and now we should integrate GovTech and agent-based simulation, but also we need to actually that game idea that you can say, okay, let me buy this, and maybe there's a second market, and then I shift my position, I see who else is there, I can maybe share space with this or that person. And because you have to realize that this kind of discourse you've entered, maybe for the first time, I don't know, is actually not this narrow-mindedly private. We love free association. We're very sociable. We realize that social cooperation is the engine which generates prosperity. And it's just about the mechanisms of generating that. And quite frankly, there might be a version where maybe the city in the end says, yes, actually an efficient health space service for all could be in the mix. We believe that the analysis of NHS versus German versus American system, and there's a whole kind of health economics discourse, might not lead to this, but we're open. We're actually fundamentally pragmatist. We have a kind of temporary ideological thesis, but I'm coming purely from the fact of a pragmatist wanting to see things unlocked, because I feel we're in a paralysis.
Yeah, maybe I can add something, and especially addressing Neil and Lev.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. So we are not actually in our final session. I just want to give a chance to the people that presented to make their points first, just so we can finish the discussion. And then when we all get together for the final session, then we can all talk among the two sessions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Lev, please.
Oh, very, very briefly. Well, I like very much, the kind of Bruno's and Patrick version. I think the idea that this is experiment is fantastic. I do feel it's ridiculous. Why all the Earth on this planet has to be divided between countries? I mean, historically, right, we had mostly city-states, and then we had some empires, which would run for a few hundred years and fail. So why all these countries divided, all this empty space? So today, if I don't like country X, I have to try to immigrate, right, and stay kind of legally or not in country B. It is ridiculous. And I also understand, I think, maybe Tito's perspective, that perhaps as somebody who tries to make it happen, he has to be more concrete. And maybe, what I was kind of reacting to his very kind of concrete, version where we'll have rules will not change, you pay me $1,000, which I also understand. You have to say it. But so how do you kind of navigate between these two positions, right? Very open in something which is a bit more kind of practical and maybe more structured. But I do have to say just one thing, and I'm sure Titus will have wonderful responses, but the idea that we will set these rules and rules will never change. We live in a dynamic world, right? So tomorrow is a pandemic, tomorrow is a typhoon, tomorrow is illness. Somehow, I mean, I want to be in your city. I want to be in thousands of your cities and move around. But how to find this balance between something more pragmatic and structural, something very free, and have people believe in it, it's very difficult. But if there's any team of people who can figure it out, it's you, right? So I'm on your side, actually. Thank you so much.
Yeah, should I answer directly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Lev, you touched a good point, and this is one of the, I would say, most critical thing. It's not just social security. There are a lot of established private solutions to that, the self-help groups and that, but this is one of the critical questions. How are you dealing with a changing reality when you cannot change the rules? But this is also has been answered in the past with the common law system. And the idea of the common law system is that if there's something new coming up which hasn't been decided before, right? It was not about laws, it was about court decisions, because there were not so many laws at those times. But if there's something new popping up and it comes to a conflict of interest and eventually lands before court, if it's not landing before court, then it's already solved. But if it's coming to court, and that will happen if something is really changing, then a lot of people will have an issue. And then if there's no case of the past, the judge is then entitled to make a ruling. And from this day on, this will be the law of the land. That has worked for several hundred years. And I think my main, and I think this is what we want to replicate, right? So the idea is that the regulatory framework is relatively small. So it's a wide frame with few rules, but that gives also a lot of room within that framework for private solutions, for arbitration solutions, and in case of need for a common law decision. So this is the approach. And I fully agree with Patrick. We are not more intelligent than you guys, right? But we think we have some ideas. I have elaborated in my book a lot of historical examples. I have a whole chapter on the social security thing. I think the main thing is voluntariness. If people agree to that system, and I have absolutely no problem for Neil and you, Lev, you make your competing system beneath me. But here's my question to you. Would you allow my system to coexist beneath you?
Beside, not beneath.
Sorry.
Lev, do you want to comment?
Well, I would just quote Mao, let 1,000 alternative cities bloom. Of course, of course. I think also interesting question is the scale, right? So how big this can system be? To what extent it can survive independently? But I'm sure you thought about all the systems, So it sounds fantastic. As long as you kind of, right? I understand your idea to have like a very small code, right? And then modify the code. What I'm a bit wondering, right, is this beautiful city-states, which we all like to quote, like ancient Greece, right? It's very small. And when you get to scale of millions and millions of people, like America today, right, the democracy doesn't work. So I wonder, because you haven't really discussed today the issue of scale, right? So what I wonder if, sorry, I don't mean to kind of open new topic, but maybe it's important, right? New Zealand, Norway, always wonderful examples. They work because they're small. So how does this idea? How do you think with your ideas interact with idea of scale? Right? Is there a particular scale which it works, and when it doesn't? If it's larger, it doesn't work. We have to do something else because I think it's important because with 8 billion people, we'll still grow to 11 billion before we start going down, right? So it's important.
I think just quickly. After a certain scale, you probably have to separate the units, and because also people are different, right? I think 80% of the people probably would prefer a social welfare system. May it be really deficit, but it's because of fear. But if they see over generation that a free private city model is working, then this fear will slowly go away. And on the other hand, you have to collect people who are willing to work, who are creative. And I can point to a very big city, Hong Kong, several millions. You had communist China, where you had 100% social welfare, and you had laissez-faire Hong Kong, where we had zero social welfare. Millions of people were migrating from this to that, right? Voluntarily, even against the force of the border patrols. And that shows me that people can realize they can make a judgment for their own, what they think is better. And it may turn out, and that you have said that correctly, it may turn out over time that my more pure model is not accepted, right? The people want to have more security. That may turn out, but this is the trial and error that we know from evolution. And that is why it's important to start with volunteers, right? So if it fails, probably it's not failing, probably because people are so different. Different models will work, but it could be that other models are much more successful than my idea. But that is what I'm presenting to the market, and you are the market. People are the market. It's a new model. I tried out, and then maybe other people come with an improved model or with a variation. But I think it's absolutely necessary to have more competition in this sector, because otherwise we will not learn as mankind. We will not learn fast enough.
Maybe I can just say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, maybe if I can come in on the back of like the idea of experimentation that Patrick mentioned, and also something that like the use of AI that Philippe Morel mentioned in kind of robot mayors. I mean, it's like really what we can now do, like already if AI is being used in several other harder disciplines or more uncertain disciplines, in a way that to augment the space of experimentation, right? It's not like to robot mayor running the thing in a kind of opaque way just because only AI can digest all this data. No, but like we can use AI in a way to accelerate experimentation. And in a low risk environment, it could be a kind of simulation, it could be a kind of straw man simulation, it could be a kind of crude simulation, but it still already can be used to exclude like clearly solutions that might not work, right? Rather than depend on, as Neil tried to say, on data, which is always going to have holes, and you can torture data to cough up any kind of hypothesis. The real power here is that like you can simulate, however crudely, and play millions and millions of games like in a short space of time, and this only augments real space of experimentation, and it could actually learn. So that's what I would say. Like the use of AI, to my mind, like Google failed already in Toronto because they tried to do this centralized AI, look through millions and billions of solutions and just implement it in one go. Yeah. So I would say like that gamified way. Yeah.
Can I just respond to Titus in some way? And also that I think there's a danger when in discussions about technology, you fall foul of technological determinism. Some people think that technology is good and some people think it's bad. It's important to understand how it's being used. I'm writing 2 books on AI at the moment. One I just finished, which is the good part of AI, the positive way of AI, and one is going to be negative, the dark side of AI. And there is a dark side of AI when you use it in a very negative way. It's important therefore to understand there's nothing intrinsically wrong or right about AI. It's simply the way you use it. I take the same view about capitalism. I keep hearing from Carl Chu how capitalism is kind of like is evil and he wants to get to some other system. There is no space outside capitalism. There is no alternative right now. You don't have that option. It's really a question of how you use capitalism. So from that point of view, I disagree with Patrick's complete celebration of capitalism. I disagree with Carl Chu's complete denigration of capitalism. But what I think is important is to be able to understand the possibility of using capitalism in a way that is beneficial to all humanity. When I was teaching in Dessau, we had students from all over the world. Actually, I had a group from Bangladesh, super talented students. They'd all been offered a place in the AADRL. They couldn't afford to go there. And we used to run this thing we used to call the Poor Person's AA in Dessau. But my point is this, is that there are forms of exclusion, not just simply to do with healthcare, but also to do with kind of, let's say, questions of economics. There are people who are marginalized who don't have access to things like the top flight of education. And one of the projects that I was involved in recently that Shaji and Patrick were also part of was this kind of attempt to try and use the moment to try and bring people together to offer people throughout the world education that they otherwise have not access to. And I remember when I first opened up this discussion with Sanford Quinter, we had a theory session on intelligence. Before we'd muted all the microphones, one guy just got to put his hand up and said, "Hi, Professor, I'm in Lima, Peru." And that was astonishing to me. It was astonishing that we could get that message out there to people all over the world. I think we're in a moment where we have a chance to reconsider the way that the world has been set up. I think Judith Butler's absolutely right. We have to really rethink that, whether we just surrender to the forces of capitalism and let it play out, or whether we try and look after the weak, the poor, the unhealthy, and so on. And I find it a social obligation to try and use capitalism to go in that way. That's why I think taxes are absolutely essential in order to go and provide resources for those who are underprivileged. We can't just leave things to the market. Otherwise, we'll be in a kind of laissez-faire situation where the rich will get richer, the poor will get poorer, and so on and so on.
Well, let me just make 2 points there. I mean, that's the whole question with respect to income divergences. I accept to some extent they're nearly an inevitability in a world of now total globalization, where certain knowledge workers, certain firms, certain ideas, and that's a positive, have the power to, in a very short space, deliver value and real life-enhancing value to millions and billions, for instance, with software products and apps or new devices, which and of course that is something new. That is one aspect where you have not everybody who's participating that is close to that, like Silicon Valley, they kind of ramp up, and you have temporary losers. And when the competing services and products which were kind of outcompeted, and the point of capitalism is here to not kind of lock them in and subsidize failures and let them refine their way, but everybody's lifted up because you get this kind of consumer surplus through that. But we have to some extent that income differential is partly that. And that's a side effect of something positive. But on the other hand, what we also have to be critical, when I'm very pro-capitalist, I wouldn't even say that so much as saying pro-market. So we have a lot of processes where exactly that political interference, where people like you and I've been like this and many others, look towards government to call in and empower them, nearly call on them to regulate ills and take care of things which are seen problematic. But then we are not, of course, spending the rest of our time and energy and everybody else to follow that up, to check, to control. So we actually having in the end a kind of dynamic which has been called rent seeking, which has been called crony capitalism, special interest groups and regulatory capture of every regulatory agency. And then this kind of pressure is diverted. And in the end, you get less out of that. So I think the large part of the income differentiation you have is now, for instance, all this kind of bailing out and money pumping and the financial sector, the green spend I mean, there's a very inflated financial sector and many other sectors who keep competition out. And the capitalist system, this kind of politicized capitalism, actually is also responsible for a large part, what I would call unjustified income differentials. We don't like it. We would all love to be in a society, because that's more where the kind of income differentials are coming down, or where everybody is brought into a certain level. I mean, that's what we all stand for and love. But if it's to some extent part of a necessary function of a dynamic like globalization and fantastic, let's say, income opportunities, which oftentimes, by the way, they're reinvested as well into more of that, then we have to accept it. And on the other hand, the attribution of this isn't to an abstract thing like market liberalization, but is actually to particular political structures which we are fighting. So you find in the libertarian movement a kind of strong, let's say, anti-imperialism, anti-militarism, anti-industrial military complex, anti-lobbying systems, anti-vested interest politics. So in a way, we are the tribunes of the people. Quite literally, that is the self-consciousness of the libertarian movement. So I would offer that. So it really comes down to that I think we're sharing the same goal, and we need to really probe harder whether the slogans and the demands, where the mechanism of delivering these, and can we really follow through? Is it really viable?
Okay, Neil, I mean, I'm totally on board with you, but just thinking about what Judith Butler said, I haven't read the article. I mean, I think that everybody, that it's normal, it's absolutely on the same page in terms of addressing the problem. Of course, we have to address those problems. I mean, I'm coming from a working class in the Yugoslavia, socialist transitions, blah, blah, blah. I know what is war. I know that the city, it's not given. It's a social construct. Suddenly, if you are in a kind of state of emergency, there is a sudden reconfiguration of behaviors and everything. The issue is, and of course, because you know the United States and Asia, just thinking through, without giving a solution, but thinking through examples, you know, what has happened in Asia and more specifically in China, you know, Shanghai. I mean, in the last 10 to 15 years, when they introduced the kind of, not capitalism, let's say the market logic. I mean, Shanghai was always a marketplace, and they're kind of keeping it to be the marketplace. Beijing is the politics city. the kind of income, I think that increased 300%, so 3 times. All the kind of movement from the rural to the city is actually producing literacy, prosperity, higher income, and those people are actually dragging other people in the kind of logic. Of course, then we have the problem of surveillance, AI, privacy for efficiency, etc. But what is happening? It's a good slogan. Now it's time to address this, but actually it has happened. So many examples of where things are not 100% kind of, you don't buy the 100% China, but you buy things that are actually working, and you see that the prosperity is happening, because we need to have a different conversation, like real geospecific. In Europe, we are battling about we need to make educational reform, the problem of digitalization, big discussions. In China, at the time, you know what they're doing? I know this by certainty. They're introducing bird watching to schools. So in Europe, we are in the digitalization. In China, they're introducing bird watching. But the issue is very simple. Almost 30 million living in Shanghai. 98% it is Han tradition. They think differently. They don't have the concept of guilt. They don't have the concept of shame. They think through ideograms. They have a different syntax in their brain. And we know from Foucault and so on, we don't have to be afraid of the big moral, molar, large-scale fascism. Who gives a shit if somebody is saying that people that are thinking through free private cities are fascist? Start to listen, try to think. We are trying to think, and all those people. The problem is the microfascism that Foucault nicely addressed. It's the biggest problem. It's the microfascism that you have in your own micro-behavior that you are not aware, because, oh, we need to save people from poverty. Of course, and what? To entitle government to redistribute wealth through taxes. And we don't trust them, because we cannot trust them. We know the revolving door logic. We know the bidding process for building schools. We know all the crony capitalism. We are against crony capitalism. But if you reduce me taxation, I would just help more the people in my community. And then you start to see this on a large scale. So I think the problem, it is, as Lev nicely addressed, it is really a matter of scale. And on one way, but what I think that Philippe Morel beautifully said, it is, in a way, we have something that it's not a form of a private city, but the Internet of Things and the kind of encryption and technology that is an important cultural discourse here. It is enabling people to coordinate behavior for good or for bad, but in a kind of sub-layer, encrypted layer. So we have a global distributed private channels of organizing. I mean, I think the reality, it's fantastic, but that's why we need to get each other engaged into discourse, to build it, because nobody has a product or a solution.
Yeah, maybe I could just comment on that. I mean, I think it was Bruno who was talking about the Renaissance. My first book was a translation of Alberti, and I know the Renaissance quite well. The point about the Renaissance is actually it was governed by the principle of civic humanism. Now, civic humanism was a combination of kind of competition. You should do the best that you possibly can, plus a sense of society. You should do the best you can for the benefit of society. Now, if I can just take one example about the difference between China and the West, and that is to say, the use of masks. Now, masks have been around in China for years, right? Why do people wear masks? They wear masks so they can't spread, they used to have their cold, they would wear it with a cold, so they couldn't spread germs to others. That was the point of wearing masks, you know? In the West, people take the opposite kind of view, and that I find is deeply disturbing, this kind of self-centered approach versus a kind of a responsibility towards the community. Now, that is what I see alive in China still. I see a self-centeredness in the States that worries me deeply. We have to be aware of society in order to maintain society. What we have to do, I believe in civic humanism myself. You know? So I don't want to say it should be one extreme. It should combine the idea of competition, but with a sense of obligation to other people.
Just very briefly, so, you know, with my limited experience of living in China and living in Korea, yeah, there is a, I think, very special combination, right, of individualism and Western style capitalism and collectivism. Of course, it depends on generation, but in general, one thing we have to remember about with Asian societies, people feel that they're part of something. They're not individualistic, atomistic individuals like in, like in Western Europe and US. And that's why it's working, right? And that's why it's working in China. And also in China, the capitalism is working so well, right? And it brought hundreds of millions of people out of poverty precisely because of strong government, right? So I think that perhaps setting up free market and the government as a position, I think maybe it's a bit too simplistic. I'm still hoping we'll talk about architecture and does the free private city even needs architect who can develop by itself and reach complexity, but because I don't think we'll solve the kind of all the social philosophical issues about capitalism. But it's interesting. But I want to point out one thing: we have some facts here. You guys, Europeans, you avant-garde of Europe, so you're like revolting against European kind of government, strong government. You want to be Americans, and me and Neil like living in America and we hate it, and we kind of want to go to Europe. So there's something about the American experience which pushes us, right, to support these European ideas. So I think it just simply shows us how our experience of living in different places, in fact, influences our intellectual ideas. I think it's actually I think it's not a joke. It's a very serious thing. The reason me and Neil are so passionate and so angry is because, I don't want to go back to the States. I don't want to go and die there, even if I have health insurance. In the medical system, you just die there. I mean, you go to top hospital in New York. My mom was there. You call a button. Best hospital in New York. Call button. Half the time, nobody comes.
But this is exactly the idea, right? You go into that system that you like best. Let's assume it's like you said. You are in a system
which you don't know, which you think is best, okay?
Yeah, of course. The grass is always greener on the other side. But let's assume you would come for some weeks or months in a special European environment and say, I like it better here. And then you can come because you qualify or whatever the immigration rules are. And the same applies to our idea. And the same applies to Neil's point with the mask. There is maybe a free private city where you have to wear a mask, and there's another one where you don't have to wear a mask. I mean, if this is not the most important thing, but if this was very important to you, I would tell you, hey, why don't you move into a city where you don't have to wear a mask? So, and
I think that's just to say this. I mean, that will be the house rules. There are certain restaurants which demand it, shops demand it.
Exactly.
At least in terms of the immediate. And if you had private streets and squares and so on, and private transport,
they could deviate again from that. Exactly. Because
leaving at the moment out the fact that there's also something larger, which I also respect. If there is a larger, it's not only the local, but it's a kind of, you have to clamp down on the overall spreading. Then we have other collective action problems. But at that point, I would, the question is, who is then the purveyor of these collective action and keeping externalities in check? And in the urban environment, what I find dysfunctional in my analysis, going back to the urban environment in terms of planning, and if there is positive synergies, but sometimes also negative externalities and negative spillovers, I think those should be controlled, alleviated, and regulated by real stakeholders who also have the cognitive power and resources and time and responsibility to follow this through. So, for instance, when it comes to urban planning, I would like that as free as possible. To some extent, if there is a requirement for collective action, then I would say it's the landowner association or / developers. Ultimately, landowner associations and big tenants, very much like the city of London, which I mentioned, because here we have actually literally people who are responsible, who have direct feedback in their own purse and reputation, and that's what we should trust. And all the end users who are using the city are indirectly represented through those entities, let's say firms and associations. They could also be housing associations and cooperatives, but these are the right addresses, not a universal of indiscriminate populace who are actually only 20% are voting in local municipal elections, and they're only voting on kind of routine, know nothing about the individual policies and councillors, which are then going to carte blanche to and then have demagogic and disinformation ruling. So that's the kind of thing I would also, and that's what the private city would probably do that. And I was saying in terms of rule change, it's either, I agree with Titus, it could be the courts, the common law process, but it could also be something like this, where you say there's a kind of, you allow for collective action of all those real stakeholders. And that's a form of democracy you also find in all corporations, because it's actually shareholder democracy. And then the biggest landowner has a weighted bigger position, because he also takes the biggest heat and has the biggest power to execute for everybody's sake. And we've worked with a lot of landowner associations in parallel with planning bureaus, and I think that's working very well. So you can see here that it's not black and white. I mean, there are forms of democracy, and in fact, as we said, every corporate is a democracy of sorts. But the current kind of universal suffrage, 3-party, 4 years of election, and the bundle of ever expanding competencies, and then you look at the actual group who's in charge of all this, 50% of GDP and thousands of law, you clearly see that there actually is pretense. It's absolute pretense and an open invitation to interest politics.
Okay, can I just
I have a
one
question,
quick comment?
actually. I have a question for Patrick and Titus, and I know that it diverts away a little bit from the public welfare aspects of free private cities, but I think we're going in a different direction as far. It's more related to how cities are supposed to be planned, and I'm thinking specifically in respect to transport infrastructure. I know a lot of blowback that I get here in the States is to effectively ask, if you're having a free market system and it's fully private, how do you do big collective action problems like carving out right-of-way, general taxation, in order to be able to plan and fund infrastructure? And the answer is difficult because in the United States, it hasn't happened that way. And not to say it couldn't, but it hasn't. When you go to New York City, you've got the subways and the street grid and various other transportation infrastructure that came about through a combination of public, private, but mainly public processes. And so I'm wondering, do you think how in a free private city or in a charter city does the infrastructure get laid out, and who is making those decisions? How do they decide the route, how it's going to be funded, who benefits and who does not benefit? Things of that nature. And I'd be curious to hear your answers.
Yeah, that's a good question, and we had the same issue, right? We said, hey, look, the pure libertarian thing is, okay, well, let the market figure it out, and if you want to create a subway, then you have to buy property rights. But on the other hand, and no eminent domain. So on the other hand, then you will probably never get your subway line, right? So that's the point. That's a problem. And our answer to that is that when we start, since we are starting from scratch, we are not starting, as I said, with a perfect master plan, but we will keep areas free for later roads or whatever kind of transportation. So that remains in our property. I think we have a big advantage because we are starting from scratch and the land belongs to us. And then we parcel it out. And we would then, for example, for a road project, or a bigger bridge or whatever, we would try to find private investors, and they would come just with a toll system. So, and that is, but the biggest issue is, I hope I get your question right, is really how do you plan for that, right? And keep some areas free. If we would keep an area free for port, we would keep an area free for some roads, and maybe an airport, but definitely everything else that develops later, we have really to let the market figure it out. If they say there's enough demand, then they will make an offer. That's in Monaco, there's no expropriation, right? So even the parliament couldn't expropriate an old lady which has a house direct beneath the parliament. And so either you wait until this person dies and her kids are willing to sell, or you make an offer that is good enough. And still there's something going on. As you can see, we have higher buildings. So they have sometimes waited for 10 years until they could really start. So it's possible. It's not ideal. I think we have an advantage, but we are open to new proposals, and we are also trying out what works and what does not work.
Well, I think you mostly answered my question. The question I would want to know more specifically, though, is when you say we, I'd like to know, what does we mean exactly?
Okay.
Are we talking about an elected board? Are we talking about a set of different private property?
In the original model, go away from everything you know about politics.
Okay.
This is a private company offering you something on the market of living together. We offer you to live in this place according to these rules that we agree with you. So we are basically, we have set the place already. And we say, hey, within that region, for example, there will be the freak zone. Well, do whatever you want, right? As long as you're not harming your neighbors, they have the same rights as you.
But how is this company controlled? Is it shareholders? It's like, what kind of company? You just,
right,
okay. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter who. I tell you why. It doesn't matter who owns the company. It doesn't matter who's the CEO, and it doesn't matter if it's a lot of shareholders or if it's only 2 or 3. Why? Because the relationship between you and this company is not through the shareholder democracy, but it's through the contract. And that makes the individual position so strong, because you are as strong as anybody else. As a single individual, you are individual sovereign. You have decided on those terms. And the terms are that I only provide certain areas, and within all the other areas, you're completely free. You have also freedom to associate. You can say, hey, in this region, we form a city council and we make all decisions. We are communist, it's a kibbutz. And that's perfectly doable as long as you stick within the framework that you're not violating others or whatever, right? So, and now imagine you are on a cruise ship, and on the high seas, you are not protected by your country's laws. It may be not even the law of the country where the captain is coming from applies. Maybe the flag state, which might be the Bahamas or Bermudas or whatever, right? So now the captain has full power, executive, legislative, judicative power. But and this absolutely doesn't matter whom belongs the charter company who's chartering the ship, right? Because you have if the captain is mistreating you, you go to court. You say, hey, I've been mistreated and I want my right. It doesn't play a role. So now this is the initial version, and I would say this is going to work, because I have discovered here that after a year being here, I discovered I have absolutely zero interest to become involved in Monaco politics. And I asked myself, hey, why? I've been interested in politics for 30 years and longer. Well, because I want to be left alone. I'm willing to pay something for security, and I have independent dispute resolution. And I want to make my businesses all over the world. Then I ask other people in Monaco, and many people do the same. And yeah, and that's the point, right? If you make the people an offer that you say, hey, you basically organize yourself, but here we need security, independent dispute resolution. So this is the original model. Then next model, Patrick's model, shareholder democracy. Everybody who is living in the city owns the city operator. Equally possible. It's absolutely possible.
I think Philippe has a question for you, actually.
Yeah, please, Philippe.
Yes. Can I ask you a very pragmatic question, Titus? So just imagine, like, I agree with the contract, and I contract with your company so that I can live in a new private city. Mm-hmm. Like after 5 years or 10 years, in my neighborhood, because you said that you would keep some land for some bridges or new roads or things like that. Yes. Just imagine that you come up with a project for a bridge, and that this bridge is really harmful for my property,
Yes.
then who is going to decide?
Okay,
I mean,
as I said before, this is decided. This is a typical, will happen. Things like that will happen, and they happen in the real world. You go to court, which will be an independent or an ad hoc arbitration. This is in the contract, right? If you have a problem with me, we do not go to the city courts, we go to an outside arbitration. And then they will say, hey, Philip, this plan was known for years, and you built the cheapest property under the bridge, under the coming bridge.
Of course, but I mean, no,
the other point is it could be, well, the other way around, right? You could say, hey, operator, you didn't tell the people that you're going to plan this big bridge, and Philip's property now is really worth less. You have to pay damages.
But the problem, I mean, the main problem is that I mean, I fully agree with the concept of private cities in terms of efficiency, in terms of functionality, because existing cities are totally dysfunctional. And one of the main reasons for that is that everything moves far too slowly. It's too slow because there's a lot of bureaucracy, there's a lot of idiot people being mayor of such or such cities or things like that, you know. So, but ultimately, the model you propose is not, according to me, solving some of the very key issues, because if you say this new bridge, you know, it was already in your contract, then obviously the answer of the court is kind of obvious, you know. But this is not the question. The question is that obviously a city is constantly evolving, so the new bridge will definitely not be in the original contract. I mean, that's the whole idea of evolution. I mean, evolution is about something you couldn't plan beforehand, otherwise it's not evolution. So this new bridge is not in the original contract. And then I say, okay, I don't want this bridge to be built. If finally the decision is taken to build this bridge, because let's say 51% of the contractors or 51% of the people who live in the city and who sign contract with the city say, okay, we want this bridge, then the problem is exactly the same as a traditional problem in a democracy where 51% of people vote for a certain political party, and finally they built a bridge, and 49% of the people who didn't want the bridge, they just have to accept it as it is. So I really believe that there's a lot of amazingly good points in the idea of private cities. I'm really a defender. I'm really a proponent of that. But ultimately, some very practical cases, I'm sorry to say, but I have the feeling they are not solved at all.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interject a question for Philippe, actually, because this is important for Liberland too. So they're moving towards a blockchain governance model. And I wanted to ask you to elaborate just a tad on what the governance is going to look like with robot mayors and the city as an Internet of Things.
That's the idea. I mean, at some point, maybe in the original contract, we should just agree on the fact that artificial intelligence could take a decision that would be the best, or let's say the ultimate optimal decision, and that this decision will obviously be better than any other decision taken by humans. And then in the contract, we agree to submit ourselves to the decision of the artificial intelligence. Then I think it would make sense in terms of evolution, also in terms of contracting logics. But if we don't have this kind of super radical things, then we will simply go back to the majority of the 51%, and ultimately it doesn't matter if it's 51% through a political party or 51% in a shareholder owned companies. You see what I mean? So basically, I think the whole logic is totally changing. Take the stock exchange as an example.
No, but Philip, I think
I just finished this. The stock exchange as an example, like people like bankings and they just submit, or let's say they almost surrender themselves and they accept the decision of artificial intelligence at the stock exchange. I mean, every day you have like billions of decisions that are taken at the stock exchange by algorithms. So we accept that. So why do we accept this at the stock exchange and we suddenly don't accept this for managing a city or any other system like this? It's a fundamental shift. It's a fundamental intellectual move from politics or policies to a different kind of intelligence, which is ultimately a machine-made intelligence. I think.
So I'm going to give the microphone to Sheje. Sorry. So Sheje is dying to say something, and so is Vera. So whichever one of you wants
quick
to
interjection to Philippe's point, like the high-speed trading and stock exchange and AI and so on. Like there is no singular AI, right? Like every company is free to develop their own, and like that's what's like those are the AIs that is participating in these high-speed transactions, and though that is the competition of AIs, and that's a kind of human AI competition. Like so, it's a kind of augmented intelligence based on experimentation and competition, right? So it's not a singular AI decided by somebody ahead of time and it's like set in stone forever, right? So
yeah, but I mean, at a society, I mean, 99.9999 etc% of the world surrender itself to this ecology of AIs. That's a fact.
I just
sure.
say, Shaja, what Philippe is saying is actually that either it's a traditional contract or it's a smart contract. Those parameters that are not inside the contract do not exist. And then in the moment that something like a radical contingency emerging that was not predicted as a parameter of the contract, you are falling back into the kind of democracy model. This was his remark, or the referendum model.
No, but it's not the democracy model. What Titus is arguing is a common law process. And to some extent, what you can think of is that the common law process is like an elaborate AI, which is very complex and sophisticated. It can't be predicted, but its rationale can be traced. And it's about applying with impartiality, basically trying to calculate a decision with respect to everybody's relative regard according to precedence, trying to make something fit into a whole history of decisions. And that's what we would also accept intuitively. And I think that something is fair. It actually goes against a democracy which has to operate differently. It's because the populace, the demos, isn't a kind of group of lawyers in a discursive process over sometimes months, with an intensive knowledge and back of our precedents, and now also AI systems, and they churn through it and deliver that decision, and that's we should learn to trust in. And the point is this, that an entrepreneur can say, this is the system I'm going to apply here, and then you can also look at the track record of decisions. It's very different from a democracy of 51%. And also, I was misunderstood when I thought, yes, this private city could be a shareholder democracy. I mean, if it's not for shareholders, the shareholders could be residents, but they also should be residents firms who are not shareholders. And it's different from a normal democracy because it is those people who have skin in the game. And in proportion to that, they can also then, follow through with their agents. There wouldn't be just a kind of I'm going to vote, and I'm going to do it as I've always done for the last 25 years.
Of course.
So Vera has been
Patrick,
reading very
Patrick,
patiently.
just a very quick thing. I agree with you about the common law. I agree about the process. I agree about the fact that it's contract based and that the common law is also something which, I mean, since it's based on jurisprudence, it's at some point it's constantly evolving.
Yeah.
I don't deny those facts. What I'm saying is that, for example, if you take Belgium as an example, I mean, Belgium is a very tiny country, and there was more than 33 million legal decision that has been taken in Belgium since the Second World War, and only 0.5% of this decision have been made public. So the very fact is that in fact, the common law itself is truncated. The common law itself I mean, has some bias.
Can we let Vera speak? Because otherwise it's really becoming like a fascist orgy if we don't let her speak.
There's just too much data, you see what I mean? And that's the main issue. I mean, this is why now, even for justice, we make use of predictive algorithm for justice.
May I just say something, just very shortly? The way I'm understanding, the way you're framing the problem or arguing for
No, you can't say anything, Bruno. Let Vera speak. Come on, actually, European guys speaking between themselves. You guys want to become fascists? I will denounce you. I will denounce you to fashion police. Come on, don't do it anymore.
Very good, very good. Vera, switch on your mic.
Thank you very much. I wanted to come back to Philip's question about the bridge, and I'm happy that someone brought it up. And I want to give an economist point of view answer to this, because I think that this bridge problem is exactly why we need private cities, not just private communes and clubs, gated communities and so on. It's exactly the argument in favor of private cities. Because if we go back to economic theory, why do we even have firms? Because if we agree that more or less the market allocates goods and services better than the command and control method. But then we have firms which are essentially the islands of command and control model, the islands of top-down governance. And the classic economic answer is because of transaction costs, because it's easier to because if everyone operates in an open market, there are transaction costs, there are conflicting goals and like lack of information and all that stuff. So we need some sort of coordination. And in a city, if you have a traditional city and privatize it part by part, so that you drive a road and to turn right, you will have to change, you will move and the next road belongs to a different owner. There's a lot of transaction cost. And if each parcel of land belongs to a different owner, and if I build a bridge, like Philip mentioned, on my piece of land, it will compromise your piece of land. You invested in it, it's your property, and suddenly you lose your money. It becomes cheaper because this bridge blocks the view, or there's a highway that creates noise, or there's a factory that creates pollution, and if I do this, and vice versa. But if the city as a whole is owned by a single owner, then the owner has an incentive to maximize the happiness, to make as many inhabitants and many residents satisfied as possible. So it's the owner who will have to deal with this problem, and who will have all the incentives to create an infrastructure, the bridges, the roads, the parks, the garbage cleaning, everything, so that people, nobody is left behind, nobody is worse off. So in a private city, well, of course, there still be disputes, and which will need dispute resolution mechanism, and there will still be conflicting goals. But all the sides will be interested in like collaborating, and there will be less situations with zero-sum games as we have now with all the NIMBY problem, when people oppose all kind of developments just because, well, because it's development. So if they will have clear economic benefits from the city growing and becoming richer, we will have less of that kind of people who are just against anything being built.
Sure. Just a short remark, if I get well what Philippe was saying, to me was the dispute and the arbitrage, either if it's on a kind of a separate court, or even if it's delegated to a AI, it is actually because it just looks to the piece of to the dispute, and now we're talking about the city, it means to a piece of real estate, as you said, Vera, to an investment where you can quantify objectively in relation to the context, the loss, let's say from 1,000 to 1,900 something, etc., on a market value. The problem here, it's not a problem, it's a conversation. It is what about the human perceived add value? Because the human perceived add value can be a problem, because the AI may solve the problem from the point of view of market and asset value. But then you need to get out of the equation the perceived value of the human, the perceived value of let's say, marketable experience. Like, okay, you have your children, you have your things, you have objectifiable or quantifiable experiences that are valuable for you. And this is now the problem. Do we delegate this just to a purely objectified market value in relation to the investment, like on a stock exchange? Or should we find other models where those kind of things are still taken into account?
Well, at some point you just have bad luck, as Hayek said. The economy is a game of skill and chance, or skill and luck. And I mean, again, I think the overall framing, and it's also coming through the common law, is that some of the disadvantages you just have to chew up. For instance, if you are open, you have a doctor's practice, and somebody else is coming into your neighborhood with a better service, you just have to kind of work harder, or you share the pie, or you move on, another coffee shop across the corner. But when it comes to these kind of externalities, pollution and so on, the general gist and thrust has been that there is some compensation due. And the transaction cost difficulty comes in. You could then also, the neighbors could all kind of, if the overall value generated of a quicker route is less than all the damage done to the neighbors, they could come together and pay off and prevent the road, or reroute the road, or the tunnel. But that transaction process of getting, if it's 500 neighbors, to come together and have a negotiation bargain, that takes too long, and that's problematic. And then sometimes you have to just let things happen, or have the decision just happen and then go to the courts afterwards. And then the courts would then look at, maybe they do then this process, as you said, they will impose some kind of compensation on those neighbors, partial or full, or according to market value. But that has been the spirit of compensation. But to some extent, when the industrialization happened, you had actually no regulations, anti-pollution regulations, and the courts were inundated with. And actually, the courts would protect more, but maybe it was hampering industrialization too much. In the end, the politics stepped in, and I don't know the exact details, maybe overriding too much all those complaining, and this allowing the industrialists to go through and giving certain thresholds, and then you have to swallow the dirt. And so that was also partly transaction cost, partly power. So these things have been discussed and debated in through many decades, in also, you know, in jurisprudence and an intersection between economics and law. And I think this is the kind of discourses Titus is familiar, and venturers in free private cities would come to know, to learn, and will generate best practice proposals. And then there's a critique and discourse to optimize that. And I think but today we also, of course, there's always new potentials, for instance, where transaction costs can be solved by new technologies. For instance, if you said it's a problem then when we have 500 streets and they're all individually owned, there might be a technological solution about that through an app or through some kind of other way of polling, which becomes and tolling, which becomes kind of minusculely kind of expensive in terms of that transaction, because it's just automatically subtracted from your Bitcoin account or something. So there's always, these things are always evolving, and the great thing is in a very, very free environment, you have also a lot of these kind of, for instance, transaction cost killer entrepreneurial forces, things like Airbnb, for instance, so I think that's the beauty of free markets. And when you mention the stock exchange, by the way, the stock exchange is an intricate kind of club of traders with intricate rules, and it's all emerged privately. And in the face of government obstruction, trying to shut this down, no help at all, no enforcement, no courts actually available, and it was all kind of bottom up, emerged through entrepreneurs, through forms of clubs. They developed and refined their rules, and then at the end, the state comes in and looks at this model and freezes it up as a best practice. That happened again, and with every new technology, for instance, PayPal and the kind of e-commerce and the possibility of a safe, secure payment system on the internet, the government was clueless, hopeless, and it was all kind of private, various entrepreneurs. A lot of them went bankrupt, and then PayPal kind of cracked it, and now we have that. And then finally, and the government comes in always at the end when it's already all solved, and then trying to kind of claim credit. And in retrospect, it looks after they've taken over, it seems as it was always only possible, and we all kind of owe it to the government that we have these markets. Like, you know, as if you're also saying that there wouldn't be any market without the government. No, false.
So guys, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt for 1 minute. So our advertised end of this is coming up in 10 minutes, but we can go on after that. But what I want to make sure is that the panelists take a look at the questions and just organically start to answer the questions in the Q&A box, rather than me taking the time to read them to you. Just start to address the questions, because we ask participants to submit them.
Yeah, I'm happy to start, because I have a lot of questions here addressed to me. I have about half the answered in written form, and for others, I said it's easier to answer. So first question, wasn't this essentially the concept behind about 800 states that formed the Holy Roman Empire? Granted, those nation states were ruled under the aegis of a German-speaking emperor, but essentially they were all independent private cities in the same general sense. No. Question, yes, there is certain parallels indeed, and I've written about that in my book. They were called free imperial cities at that time, and they were mostly in the Holy Roman Empire. What later was called Holy Roman Empire of Germanation. It's basically mostly German-speaking, the whole German-speaking world plus Italy, you could say, in a nutshell. And they were basically formed on the same ideas. They were not dissatisfied with their system and with the principles. And they said, we want to make our own decisions in our own city. And the first rulers were basically the landowners, the guilds, like Patrick said, the traders, and they formed as big as the Hanseatic League of cities, still officially under the sovereignty of the emperor, but he was weak at that time. And that created a lot of progress, a lot of freedoms. It was kind of a democratic concept, but limited to the stakeholders. I would say that that was relatively successful. I mean, the Holy Roman Empire was basically lasting 1,000 years. The Second German Reich, about 50 years, and the Third Reich, about 12 years, and the GDR, 40 years. I mean, right? In Germany, we have a lot of total collapses of the system in the last 150 years. Before it was working better. Next question, what kind of contract will be done with the foreign power that provides the military protection? Okay, that's not really a foreign power, it's the host nation. you will have a contract with the host nation. You will still be subject to these nations' foreign policy and defense. And by the way, even a sovereign country like Monaco has a contract with the surrounding nation of France, where it concedes some decision to France, and in exchange gets this military defense. That would be, in a way, comparable. As I understood, there will be rules to regulate urban development, people relationship. Who is enacting these rules? Doesn't this bring us again to the same power-based capitalist system that we are living now? Okay, problem with the term capitalism, I would suggest to avoid that term at all, because everybody has a different understanding what it means. So what we are talking about is a free market system. You have a freedom of contract or to reject the contract, and you have the right to private property, right? If you don't like that, don't go to a private city. But if you think this is capitalism, something else, okay, then we should talk again. The rules are offered by me as an operator. It's a take it or leave it situation. You don't like the product, you don't take it, okay? That is different because it's enabling you will be much better off. Look, why are people moving to Switzerland or Monaco? We don't have a say here. 80% of the people moving to Monaco, we have absolutely no say. There's a parliament, they can vote, there are two different parties, not for me. Why are we here? Because we balance that what Monaco is offering us is much, much more worth than going to the ballot box. And everybody who's living in Switzerland without being Swiss has made the same decision. And everybody who's living in Singapore and Dubai without being a citizen has made the same decision. So this is already working, right? So, and a power-based capitalist system is, in my understanding, a contradiction in itself, because either it's free market system, then the customer decides, or it's a power-based system, then I force people to do something. In my thing is, you know what the rules are. And if the bridge is built, you can go as a single person, as a single Philip, you can stop the project. Because if the court says Philip is right, if I compare the contract, he has maybe this view rights that were described by Shea before. He has bought viewing rights, right? And now they build a bridge. Not possible. And then you as a single person can stop the bridge. Okay, next question. This is Shahzad, very good question. Titus mentioned that the ultimate problem of mankind is that some try to enforce the will on others, but it isn't this somehow how it's always been. Aren't humans innately programmed to follow and want to be told how to live? Well, question to you all. Hence the formation of religion, constitutions, etc. Isn't it still up for question how hardwired is this human behavior? My answer is it's not possible that we are all programmed to follow, because there must be some people whom to follow, right? So there are obviously some people who want to lead. Here's the point. I agree that maybe 80% are like that, but we are creating something for the 20% they want to live on their own. And that's not necessarily people who want to lead. That's just people who want to be left alone. There's a very creative people very often. There are people who are kind of living on the fridges because they are somehow strange. But these are sometimes geniuses, right? So we are basically giving room for those creative, sometimes strange people where they are left alone from the 80% who want to follow this rule. Okay, so that's my market idea, my understanding of humankind. I may be wrong, but we will see. Okay, I'm coming to the end. The main issue is who decides. Yeah, I mean, that's the same basically as I said before. I'm setting the rules, and if there's a conflict of interest about interpretation of the rules, independent arbitration. Okay. I think the others are more architectural questions. Again, against capitalism. Who's sponsoring building these cities? Aren't they going to be cities for the rich and the elite? Thus perpetuating the social injustice that is present in capitalist cities. Okay, I didn't know there's a capitalist cities, but here's the thing. I don't know who's sponsoring these cities, but probably all kinds of people. I have a lot of supporters who say, hey, we have not much money, but we want to support it. I've been approached by a guy who was 22 years old, a Brazilian in Vienna. He said, Titus, I've heard what you are saying, and I'm 22 years old. I want to die as a free man in a free private city. So if you think that's the rich, the elite, they will come, but they also need a lot of people for normal jobs. I think in Honduras, a lot of people will come to the system because you have security. I mean, this is a country where you cannot send a letter by mail because it's disappearing, right? So they will have a lot of easy winnings. So, and you need in each city all kinds of people, and that will happen here. I don't know who is going to finance that, whoever is taking the risk. Okay, last question. Why do we have to go to the middle of the sea, an ecologically sensitive flood zone on the Danube, or Mars to experiment with a small autonomous society? Why do existing states resist the idea of allowing for some small secession or administrative carve-out of viable land? Is it fear of creating an unfair advantage for a privileged class in one place? A fear of a successful free private city revealing that the emperor has no clothes, or something else? Well, my view is clear. It's the emperor has no clothes. And I think that the people who say it's the unfair advantage of a privileged class is the same group that's the emperor basically fooling himself, right? Because look, we are starting from scratch. People can come who have absolutely nothing but the willing to work. How is this privileged, right? Each of us can come, each of you can come. And many of us will start from zero. The privilege is just this is a better system. And if it's not, it will turn out, right? So indeed, I think it's the fear, but it's maybe a little bit more complicated. I'm snowboarding once a year with a group of, I would say, partly businessmen, partly managers, partly small shop owners, IT people. So you would say rather, conservative, liberal people. And I've asked them, what would you think here in Austria if I would set up a free private city in the next valley? Would you agree to that? And out of 10 people, only the IT guy agreed that he would say, I'm okay with that. So these were my friends, right? So it's maybe they are all afraid. They are all afraid that their world will come. Everything they think about the world is proven wrong with such a model. I don't know, maybe something like that. But it's already there, right? We're already starting. So some countries are willing to make those experiments, right? Like Honduras, because they think we have to do something. Okay, then the last model, isn't this the same that other utopian in this kind, Fourier and Owen, more socialist model, that have their own system of decision-making. However, they did not succeed in creating larger communities, but were bound within their neighborhoods. Well, the problem is with the socialist models that they can only, I'm not talking about crazy things like chess. I'm talking about a socialist model like Christiana in Copenhagen. They can work on a subsistence level, on a very low level that can work. But if you want to make investments to keep your big houses in order, those systems fail and the next generation is leaving. That is, the voluntary socialism system has never worked. But the problem may have been that they haven't enough autonomy, right? So again, I'm an advocate of giving people autonomy to try out communist and socialist experiments, as long as participation is voluntary, which was not the case in Seattle. I think the rest is to you, to my colleague.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in and actually read some of these questions to make sure that we're answering them. So 2 questions about architecture, actually. Can the concept of free private cities be applied to vertical urbanisms, clusters of mega towers? And then the second question is specifically directed to you, Patrick. On a frame where individuals are not chained to regulations, do you think an organic Gaudi-like architecture would emerge as a response to real human need and use aided by data-driven design?
Well, yeah, first of all, of course, there could be high density, meaning tall city districts perfectly within the free private city. I mean, and I expect the city to be precisely data driven because it's market driven. So, for instance, if you take you often find these kind of land value maps, right, of London, and you can see the kind of highly uneven distribution of land values. They're only kind of distorted by certain regulatory infringements. But otherwise, it's this kind of soaring kind of exponential kind of graph. In a really free market process, you would probably end up with a city profile which is quite like that. And you can see in the skyline where there's local centers, where there's infrastructure hubs, it becomes highly legible. It will become a kind of translation of these forces. And because what I would argue is that a kind of market process is the closest approximation, because it's a complex information processing through of all the kind of values which are competing and cooperating in this to a functional rationality diagram. That's the outcome, as long as the market works reasonably well. So that's one point. Now the element of that organic aspect, and where do I see the congeniality between, for instance, parametricism and this kind of market-based open order? It comes through this, that when we will have such an urban artifact building up, we have a number of dotted, let's say, underground infrastructure hub, where you have a river which winds through, topography. They have a lot of already organic, but kind of differentiating elements. And then only a parametricism methodology could actually integrate these with respect to the various components, their placement, their density distribution, and you need to have the kind of more degrees of freedom to cope that, and the kind of older styles. I mean, it's all relative. Older styles like a modernist will come in and, for instance, flatten the topography and impose a grid, which would have to be even. That's because the subtlety and complexity of registering relevant factors wasn't there. So the information processing and sensitivity which we need is only there in parameters. And the same is with material structures. The modernists could only build a skeleton which had the same kind of trussing all the way to the top 10 floors, at the bottom 10 floors of a kind of 80-story tower, and that's irrational. So that organic is a kind of heightened rationality which now becomes possible, and an evolutionary algorithm teases that out. And have you ever seen an evolutionary algorithm who produces a kind of serial modernist morphology? That would never happen, because there's the kind of the modernist morphology is based on lack of computational power and the privileging of simple manufacturing processes, and they impose themselves on the end product and compromise the end product. So that's the kind of rationality. And as I said, to let all these factors flow through, and is also very important the kind of co-location synergies of all the weaving of a network of interaction. You need the degrees of freedom for every entrepreneur to fit into an evolving texture, and tease and optimize the utilization through a kind of profit and loss and market valuation process. And then in the end, you really maximize that synergy network, which is the city. And it will have to look organic. It would be kind of miraculous and nearly absolutely possible that some kind of preconceived figure, a priori figure, like a kind of axial grid, or would be the outcome of this, is absolutely not the case. But that, that's why we have older paradigms, like the imposition of a Baroque or ideal city, or of a kind of modernist version of that. They turn out to be, in retrospect, irrational, but were with respect to limited cognitive capacities and fabrication logic, and also the much more simplistic life process with 5 zones were enough to deliver the Fordist society of 1930. It is parametricism in this sense is just simply not an invention. It's a reflection of the forces of technological optimization and social process optimization which we're living in. And that's why I call it the epochal style. It has a degree of inevitability.
Thank you, Patrick. So there's a question to Neil. And the question is, I'm in Bolivia, South America. I can certainly tell you that poverty reigns where capitalism and wealth creation is vilified. At the same time, we every day see poverty diminish, where individuals are free to create beyond misery, creating collectivisms. So it's not exactly a question, but can you address that?
I mean, rather, maybe I could just offer a general comment at this stage, because one of my concerns is this whole discussion in some ways has been constrained by discourses or limitations of economic, legal, or governmental kind of questions, and I think that there's a lot's been left out of the whole issue. And I just want to kind of mention briefly that the person who alerted me to the problem about libertarianism and the difference between liberty and libertarianism was a lawyer, a human rights lawyer, Susan Marks at LSE. And she made one particular interesting kind of move in her life with a group of other international lawyers, where they wrote a letter to the Times commenting that the war that was about to happen with Iraq, with Bush and Blair and so on, would be illegal under international law. Now, actually, as it happens, it now looks like it was illegal. But anyway, her point was this. It was really a moral or ethical question, but the only way you had any purchase on things today was to go through a kind of legal channel to go and challenge something. Now, that would be my point. In a sense, Titus was saying, well, maybe there's one city where they force you to have masks and one city where they say you don't have to have masks. My point was they shouldn't need to be a regulation on whether you should have masks or not. You should have feel your social obligation to wear masks and to avoid spreading this COVID-19 question. So I think what I want to point out is that we have left out a whole series of other kind of concerns about social responsibility, which I would like to be brought into that. It's not old-fashioned. I think it's the moment right now when we need to reconsider all our obligations under society. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but this is exactly what has brought us to the problems we have today. It's this hyper-moralism, what people say, hey, this is a social obligation and you have to have it. I agree with you that the best world is where people say, hey, I'm feeling obliged to my fellow citizens and that's why I'm wearing a mask, right? I agreed on that point. But the moment you put up pressure to people to behave that way and myriads of other ways, we don't want that, Neil. That's exactly why we make free private city with limited routes. And in these routes, within this framework, hey, everybody can apply his moral. And why I'm doing this, right? I could have just sit there and play golf in Monaco. I have enough money for the rest of my life. I was successful in business. Why do I doing that? Because I also want to bring humanity forward, right? But I don't see that this moral imperatives, they have really brought us to a near dictatorship where free speech is coming to an end. And I want to offer a different model where you have limited real obligations and everything within that is free for you to do, but you cannot force others to a certain behavior. I think maybe we agree even on that point, but I think that this is a better system to make that happen, because the people who are not wearing a mask, they have all kinds of reasons. They say science has proven that the mask is really improving the bacteria and it's even more dangerous. Others say it has been proven that it's of absolutely no use. So they will have all kinds of excuses, right? So that's the problem. I don't know what's right. I believe that mask is a protection. So that's my personal view. But it's my personal view.
Yeah, okay, just maybe I don't want to take a moral overview, but I think the ethical concerns definitely should be there. And what I would say, there's also a risk of fascism going down the route of the free market economy. And I no doubt at all.
You know, how?
What? I mean, how?
How is fascism, how is fascism developing if you can... How?
Neil, wait. Let me say something about this. Is about fascism, because there's a big discourse on this. I was on the left, and we looked at it as the antithesis of socialism, or faking socialism to kind of out to socialism. But in reality, or let's say we can also look at it this way: fascism, and particularly Mussolini and the Fascist Party, was actually a faction and fractioning of the Italian Socialist Party, and the Nazis were the National Socialist Party. And they were and anyway, the point is not the politics. I wouldn't throw them into one boat with on political and ethical issues with the communists, but in terms of an economic policy, and that's important as well. That's why we have to be careful. Fascism is very close to socialism. It's an interventionist planned economy, and we are standing on the opposite side. But also, as libertarians, we treasure individual freedom. We have the non-aggression axiom. Everything is only voluntary, and it's very different from the, let's say, idea of a collectivist marching order. It's different in the moral sensibility, different in the kind of legal framework, different in the economy. So we feel ourselves to be at the very far end of the other side of fascism, and the left has, and I've been on the left, has, again, I wouldn't throw them into one, has defined more tendencies on the left, but also objective through planning and collectivism dangers to go into a totalitarian space. And that's what often the phrase totalitarianism applies both to the Soviet Union and the left and Stalinism, as well as to fascism and nationalism. So I think that we as libertarians, we don't want to be thrown in. So you might dislike, and you're worried about, in your terms, maybe a kind of rigidifying and a more extreme class society version. I don't quite believe that, but that's still something else than fascism. Fascism isn't. You have to be careful with fascism. I think it's an invective. It has become an invective. We also hate it, but then we could start call each other fascists. So I think that term is very, very kind of tricky. That's why we're highly sensitized to this.
The fascist is you have a strong leader who's showing the direction, and he can make any decision he wants, right? I mean, it's the opposite of a contractual society where I have to stick to the contract and you can go to court.
I disagree there. So I think there's a misconception that fascism is top down. Personally, I think the fascism is bottom up. You get this kind of, certainly in Germany, you saw that, how the masses came together. That's the danger when you allow the free market to go in its own way, is lack of control, and therefore it's kind of obvious, right? It doesn't mean to...
No, this was organized protest, and I mean it's not anarchy what we are advocating here, right? There is an operator, there is a police, there are rules, and if there are angry mobs going on the streets, then the police will react.
I'm talking about Germany. What happened in Germany in the 1930s? That was a bottom-up thing largely.
Yeah, but
organized by the party. I mean, at the end, the most people voted for that. Not even that. It was a 43% or so voted for that party. But in Germany, there were fightings on the streets beginning in the 20s between communists, social democrats, Nazis, and other groups. Each party had their armed forces on the streets.
Yeah, but I would argue that the really dangerous fascism now is a form of populism. Certainly with Trump and Bolsonaro.
We agree
but this is not in a free private city.
Yeah, we agree with that analysis, actually.
Yeah.
Can I make a point and de-escalate this discussion a little bit back to wearing masks? So what Neil said about wearing masks, this is, in my view, it's not a policy. It's not a politics problem. It's more like a collective action problem. Like we all need to wear masks, but we don't how do we? How do people want to cooperate? And there's a thing that's called social capital, which is basically a proxy for the willingness of people in a certain society to cooperate, to trust each other, to collaborate with each other. If we were talking about Germany, I came across a research about 5 years ago. It was the anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And there was in German, there was a study that was made that really made me think a lot. They measured the level of social capital, that is the willingness of people to trust each other, which they measured it through the number of people taking part in volunteering in NGOs, people starting businesses, I don't know, participating in neighborhood activities in different parts of Germany. And you know what they discovered? They discovered that 30 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, there was still a very significant difference in the East and in the West, in Eastern and Western Germany. And you can even see the difference in Berlin on different parts of what used to be the wall. And in general, I started reading about it and I realized that in totalitarian societies, including socialist, post-socialist societies, you can still see these scars in terms of the lack of social capital. And I thought about it twice and I realized it's not surprise. So for example, back to the urbanist thing, Patrick and Shaja and myself, we did some research on walkability in public, a lot of research on walkability in public spaces. And there is a very clear connection between public spaces and like democracy and freedom. And when the government, when they want to destroy civil society, they start destroying public spaces, as was done in the Stalinist era, in the Soviet Union, or in Egypt after the failure of the revolution, when they destroyed the square where it all started. So they destroy public spaces because public spaces create social capital. And you can see that in countries where governments perform all this. So even if you take the countries that are not totalitarian, but that are just with excessive large big governments, like they basically destroy social capital by crowding it out, because they perform the things that people otherwise, like in capitalist and less in more individualistic societies, that people voluntarily cooperate to do together. Such as helping the left behind, the poor, helping the, like doing all sort of social activism. So there is, so we used to hear that like capitalist society is okay, they generate wealth, they generate prosperity, but they also alienate us, they make us like see each other as competitors, not as friends. But if you look at the numbers of the social capital, it's actually the opposite. The society where people are free to cooperate, when they're
capital, is it social trust?
Finish,
sorry,
please. When they are not forced to cooperate, when they choose to do this voluntarily, they trust each other more, and this translates into whether they want to wear masks and protect each other, not just themselves.
JJ, I think you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to clarify, is it social capital or is it social trust?
Well, the term used in that research was social capital.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, just to come in on Vera's point, somewhat from a, let's say, bottom-up kind of agent-based or computational side, like we can ask the question, can social capital or trust, cooperation, philanthropy, and others emerge from a series of a high number of local individualistic transactions, and so there is something to say, and there are some game systems that kind of simulate this, that cooperation can entirely be shown to can be an emergent phenomena, at least in some conditions, right? Like, and so it doesn't need to be ethically imposed. People can be philanthropic regardless of ideological predisposition, and this kind of anecdotally kind of resonates with me, because I mean, like I come from India in a way, like I have no background in all these political discussions that like now I am kind of in the midst of, right? Like whether it's socialism or capitalism, like India never had any of these kind of terminologies, right? So and so in that sense, I've grown up to be more or less apolitical, but that doesn't mean I'm less prone to be cooperating, or that depends on like my own benefits to cooperate. I'll probably cooperate with like people where I see benefits to cooperating, or so I might wear masks for the benefit of others if I also see benefits to myself.
I mean, I just want to add to this. I mean, civil society institutions which are independent of the state, they have been crowded out by the state. So if you look at the 19th century, which is the classical laissez-faire century, you had a lot of civil society activity, philanthropy, charity, all the mutual aid and friendly societies, and a much higher percentage than earlier of charitable giving. And you had, of course, the British success in business was based on a lot of trust and all these various institutions. And when the state stepped in and started to overtake that in the slowly 2030s, but then after the war much more rapidly, a lot of this was destroyed and substituted. So it's a crowding out. That argument is very, very strong. And it got really, really heavy and worse, where you had the kind of, let's say, British society, which I think was priding itself on this high level of moral standards diffused throughout society, and self-sacrificed also in the elites, with the British gentlemen. You had in very, very short period after the war, in particular in the 60s and 70s, it really got eroded, and you ended up with everybody becoming a tax evader and benefit fraudster at the same time, because you had tax rates going up to 98% and benefits spread around left, right, and center, and you had to so in that kind of policies really eroded any sense of morality, as I said, and that also undermines all respect for the law. If you're under conditions where nearly it has to become part of life to both tax fraud and benefit fraud, and in order to kind of survive, I think that is the erosion of social capital or trust in a society, where there's all outsourced to an anonymous state apparatus where nobody has any compunction and it's very difficult to give a moral sense to tax fraud or benefit fraud, because you just, and all your friends and neighbors are doing it, and because you're confronting this true alienation in a Marxist sense, because you're confronted by the collective whole as an alien force you don't want to recognize yourself in, because you're too much of a small fraction of it. And I think the kind of the forms of association and collectives which are building up in more proximately, and they could also grow to kind of national scale of certain mutual franchise mutual aid societies, but there's an accountability and a kind of where it's not just the abstract whole which everything is pushed towards and everything is taken for, and which is then also administered by a kind of faceless bureaucrat who anyway has his own private interest of not of shirking in the process, and so the redistribution machine which costs enormous amount, because you see also in Sweden is an amazing example, which was super capitalistic and for 100 years and got luck at not being in the second or third world. So it was in a very, very, very strong position. And then therefore it could afford the socialism, could let it go for longer than everybody else. In the end, it also collapsed. And on the moral side of things, the same thing happened. You had, first of all, in the end, nearly over half of the whole working population was directly state employed, but you had literally every single day of the working week 25% absenteeism. And that's what you find even in a kind of tight-knit, homogeneous society like Sweden. And if you go to India, the kind of socialist, highly politicized society in India, where you have every public sector job is just a chip. And the free education offered was in a delusion, because all the teacher jobs, they outsourced them to childminders, and the real education was done grassroots for private. So I think that there is just, I mean, this lesson has been learned a lot. This kind of idea of total socialization in a nation of millions or billions, where the control mechanisms become kind of so tenuous that they must be subverted, is really the experience, the historical experience in many places.
Thank you. We have another general question. So hi, everyone. I'm an architect from Argentina. I would like to know what kind of theory or position in terms of context are these ideas of liberty proposing for our future? Are you thinking about the context in any way?
I don't know exactly what is meant, but I think in a future scenario, the idea is that we have many more entities for living together than today. Today we have 200 states. In the future we have maybe 2,000, not states, but all kinds of mixtures. And in doing so, it's easier to find out new and better models. I think Joe Quirk from the Seasteading Institute has put this in a way. He said the most successful societies in 50 years will not subscribe to any of today's ideologies. And I think he really has made a good point with that, because we will probably find out that some mixed models will work better than what we here all think, each for his own ideal world. And insofar, I think this would be a better future, right, than have to have superpowers or even a world government. A world government that would be a total disaster for freedom, right? So this is the context. I don't know if this was really the question, but maybe my colleagues have something to add.
So as a wrap up, I'm going to ask kind of a general question and let anyone jump in and comment on that. But we want to bring it back to the main topics of this. We covered a lot of ground. So just some general comments about the relationship of freedom and urban design, and also cities and the digital transformation, which were really the main topics of this symposium.
So it was amazing. I want to thank everybody before we leave. And maybe a question to architects, since some architects, you have to build something, right, to earn a living, unless you're rich to move to Monaco. I'm not. There's not a university there, so there's nothing for me to do there. So if you think about this, okay, there's going to be 2,000 experiments, right? But I think Titus also has outlined maybe a particular version of like particular code. So what would be the kind of, in a way, ideal, right, or perhaps interesting architectural expression, right? I mean, I know that you, Patrick, are kind of putting something, but there are limitations. Or let's say if money is no, right, money is no option, so to speak. Like what kind of architectural urbanism, or I don't know, kind of spatial thinking will be appropriate? I mean, I assume maybe we don't want to have like MySpace or Second Life, where people just can build whatever we like. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's, I mean, I think it's professional cultural people, we hate it. Anything, if you think my questions, there's something we're curious what you would, anything to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, just want to come in on that one. In terms of entrepreneurial projects and capitalist system, for instance, in terms of platforms of interaction, communication, public social spaces, virtual spaces. First of all, the first thing I wanted to say is that this is also colleagues. So I look at all the design disciplines, including graphic design, interaction design, media design, interface, communication interface design is in the most general phrase the design discipline. So, and as our culture and communication patterns move more and more virtual, that comes more and more to the foreground of my mind. But we also have to recognize that these public spaces are all privately owned, and that makes them not less public. And we and they also have similar issues of regulating the traffic, of imposing rules, and I think we should let them. And what I'm not so happy with is that so in terms of Facebook and Google and Twitter and Instagram and but also Zoom and Microsoft Teams, and all of these are interesting, fascinating products and processes. And I would say I trust in this ecosystem, and I would hope that I don't trust so much a let's say Parliament or Congress while having to think about literally thousands of other things at the same time, also feeling competent to have inroads and tell them what they should be doing and not be doing. I think it will leave that to the competition. So it's for me one more thing, and also the creation of markets like eBay and so on. I would trust these entrepreneurs, and they're not just individuals. They have whole scientific staff. They're actually also hiring sociologists and social network theorists, and I mean that's much more sophisticated. And set against that a kind of relatively to that, the kind of UK Parliament or subcommittee is a bunch of incompetent demagogic clowns. They should have no right, and the same as the members of the EU Parliament, to fuck with that ecosystem. And actually in Europe, they're killing the whole kind of, through the kind of GDPR kind of legislation, they're killing that legal system. But for me, it's important. Who are we trusting? And look, there was one kind of seminal cringing experience where I see poor Mark Zuckerberg stepping in front of a kind of Congress committee and being kind of raided into and slapped left, right, and center and imposed. And he became so small and timid. And then you kind of, so I just want to leave you with that in terms of private spaces of communication and entrepreneurship, and something is what works and what doesn't work, and what the politicians can add, mostly abstract.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make some closing remarks?
Just thanks a lot for the invitation, and it was great, so thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Daniela, and apologize that it all was about politics and all that, but that's always the case when people, because it's so new and so interesting. So we were deviating a little bit from the architectural side and the digitalization. But frankly, I got a lot of very valuable input from the architects, from the ideas, how can we cooperate with simple actions and artificial intelligence and all that. So be assured that this helps to model the free private cities idea. This conference was very valuable, and thank you for organizing it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, can I just say, just a final comment to Philippe, just a comment about AI and the city. That I'm not sure you're aware of the Brain City project going on, Alibaba are doing in China, but your concern about traffic jams and things, they're using AI precisely to go and engage with that sort of question. But that's just an aside. Thank you.
Yes, I know about these kind of initiatives.
Okay, guys. I'm going
Okay.
Daniela,
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you
Daniela.
to the
Thanks,
audience. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.